Chapter 190. Leave the ancient seal behind first. On the sword mark, a shocking sword intent soared into the sky, shaking the 9 heavens as it pounced over. Demonic curse. The skinny male demonic cultivator formed hand seals with both hands. Demonic curses spread from his skin, and his aura increased rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he reached the peak martial god realm and unleashed a terrifying attack. You're courting death. The 5 core elders of the 100-Beast Palace were enraged. They revealed their true forms and surged with demonic aura. Rumble! An earth-shattering battle broke out again. Various ultimacies of the heavens and earth collided. The space within 10,000 miles was destroyed. Poof! Poof! Chinya did not stay idle. His figure flashed, and his long spear was like a dragon, emitting a violent aura. The Wusheng realm demonic cultivators and low-ranked martial gods who wanted to sneak an attack on him died, one after another. These fluctuations are from the 100-Beast Palace. At that moment, the peak martial gods of the Snow Marquee Mansion and Sky Crane Valley sensed the fluctuations of the demonic beast clan. They immediately gathered and planned to charge toward the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. However, at that moment, beams of shocking demonic aura shot up from the ground. As the earth exploded, 9 people wearing armor and sabers at their waists appeared. Demonic chi billowed around them. They were the people who had appeared in the underground altar. Demonic cultivators? No, they don't have life. Are they puppets? The Sky Crane Valley, the Snow Marquee residents, and the scattered martial gods in the surroundings looked at the 9 figures with demonic chi in shock. Kill! Frigid killing intent suddenly erupted from the 9 demon chi figures. As the demonic energy filled the air, the 9 demonic figures charged out. Poof! Many martial artists were killed by the 9 figures before they could react. Their flesh and bones were devoured. The aura emanating from the 9 demon chi figures had clearly become stronger. Oh no! Attack! Kill them! The peak martial gods were startled. They immediately made their moves. Violent ultimacies of the heavens and earth raged in the heavens and earth as they charged toward the 9 figures. Boom! Boom! The 9 demonic chi figures possessed extraordinary combat strength. Facing hundreds of Wusheng and martial god realm experts, he was actually not at a disadvantage at all. The battle was extremely intense. The 9 demon chi shadows didn't have a real body. Even if they were smashed by the power Upanishad, they would reform quickly. On the other hand, the Wusheng realm and martial god realm cultivators who were besieging them could not withstand the attacks of the 9 demonic figures, even though they were wearing saint weapons. Not long after the battle started, many cultivators fell one after another. Immortal body? What the hell is this? Dozens of martial gods were killed and devoured by the 9 demonic chi figures. The martial gods of the Sky Crane Valley, Snow Marquee Mansion, and the other major forces were the first to retreat from the battlefield. Although they did not know what these 9 figures were, they had no obligation to risk their lives for them. Since this was the territory of the profound firmament domain, it was natural for the profound firmament domain's forces to deal with it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. What was strange was that after those warriors pushed him away one after another, surprisingly, the 9 devil chi figures didn't chase after them. Instead, they flew towards a certain place in the secret realm. What happened? They don't seem to be interested in us. That direction. Is it the 100-Beast Palace? Let's go and take a look. Seeing that the 9 demonic chi figures didn't chase after them, the cultivators who had fled started to discuss among themselves. The top martial gods from the Sky Crane Valley and the Snow Marquee's Mansion were stunned. Judging from the 9 demonic chi figures' behavior, it was obvious that they were related to the secret realm. Instead of chasing after them, They were heading straight for the 100-Beast Palace. Could it be that the 100-Beast Palace had obtained some precious treasure from the secret realm? This discovery made them immediately follow them from afar. If they were really targeting the 100-Beast Palace, they wouldn't mind beating them up when they were down. At this moment, Qin Yu, who was killing demonic qi cultivators, suddenly had a slight change in expression. The demonic qi saint seal that he had stored in the ancient dragon god seal suddenly trembled. Soon, Qin Yu sensed 9 shocking demonic qi rolling towards them from the distant horizon. The 5 core elders of the 100-Beast Palace, Jianhen, and the skinny man who were fighting also sensed the 9 powerful demonic qi fluctuations. The seal has been broken? Oh no, run! The skinny man and the other martial god realm demonic qi cultivators seemed to know what the 9 shocking demonic qi were. Their faces turned pale. Without any hesitation, they immediately retreated. What a powerful demonic qi! Jianhen also put away his sword and stood up, looking into the distance. In a few breaths' time, 9 demonic qi figures with overwhelming demonic qi entered his eyes. Jianhen's eyes narrowed. Even he felt that it was difficult to go against the powerful aura that the 9 demonic guards gave off. This was definitely not an ordinary, high-level martial god. It's the demonic guards. In the ancient dragon god seal, a ray of light flashed across the dragon god's huge eyes. Qin Yu's eyes became brighter. Since there were demonic guards here, it meant that the secret realm hid the real ancient demon tribe. Are they coming for me? When the 9 demonic guards appeared, Qin Yu sensed that the aura of the 9 demonic guards immediately locked onto him. Qin Yu immediately realized that it must be because of the demon tribe's saint seal. Let's go. Seeing that the demonic qi cultivators had retreated, the 9 demonic guards charged toward them again. The 5 core elders of the 100-Beast Palace immediately took Qin Yu and flew away. Whoosh! Jianhen thoughtfully looks at Qin Yu, who has gone far away. A cold wind starts to blow around his body, and he disappears into the void. No, they've been following us. They're getting faster and faster. Soon, the 5 core elders of the 100-Beast Palace realized that the 9 demonic guards were chasing after them. No matter which direction they ran in, the demonic guards were relentless. I think it's because they're coming for me. Qin Yu said, Is it because of the ancient box? The 5 core elders of the 100-Beast Palace reacted. When they heard that, Elder Qin, what's in the ancient box? Can't we just throw it away? The top martial god elder of the Golden Condor clan pondered for a moment before asking Qin Yu. The aura of the 9 demonic guards made them feel threatened. If the demonic guards caught up to them, they might not be able to protect Qin Yu. That ancient box is very important to me. Qin Yu shook his head slightly. When he turned around to take a look, he noticed the large army of martial practitioners following behind the 9 demon guards. 5 elders, since the 9 demonic guards are coming for me. Let's split up for now. Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, You want to lure the 9 demonic qi cultivators away? That won't do. The 5 core elders of the 100-Beast Palace knew what Qin Yu meant and refused immediately. It was not easy for the 100-Beast Palace to have an alchemy saint. They could not let anything happen to Qin Yu. At this time, they were somewhat regretting that they did not send out more core elders when they left. Don't worry, I won't seek my own death. If I'm alone, I'm confident that I can shake them off. On the other hand, the martial god realm martial artists who tried to besiege us should be among the group of martial artists behind us. Be careful not to get surrounded. Qin Yu smiled confidently. In a flash, he flew away. Sure enough, without any hesitation, the 9 demon guards immediately followed Qin Yu's lead. Chapter 191. Those are the people from Sky Crane Valley and Snow Marquee Mansion. They have teamed up. Damn it! Seeing that Chinyu had lured the 9 demon guards away, the 5 core elders of Hundred Beast Palace changed their expressions. However, when they heard Chinyu's words and glanced at the army of martial artists that had followed them, their eyes immediately turned gloomy and murderous. As opposing forces, they naturally knew the top martial gods from Sky Crane Valley and Snow Marquee Mansion. They had sent out 20 top martial gods together. It was obvious that they wanted to kill them all. It's that boy. What treasure did he get? The pursuit of the 9 demon guards made all the martial artists that had followed them look at Chinyu. They also changed their direction and continued to follow from afar. Even the martial gods from Sky Crane Valley and Snow Marquee Mansion rushed toward Chinyu after glancing at the 5 core elders of Hundred Beast Palace. Follow them. Seeing the army of martial artists that had rushed away, the 5 core elders of Hundred Beast Palace looked at each other and followed them. Although their strength was far from the combined forces of Sky Crane Valley and Snow Marquee Mansion. However, if Chinyu's life was in danger, they would definitely not stand by and do nothing. Swoosh! Chinyu, who had turned into a streak of light, saw the 9 demon guards getting closer and closer. He was not nervous at all. Instead, he was eager to try. Do you plan to use the 9 demon guards to test the power of the ancient space-time killing formation? The dragon soul in the ancient dragon seal saw Chin use intention. That's right. Chinyu nodded slightly. The combat power of the 9 demon guards was not weaker than a peak martial god. It was highly likely that he would encounter danger in the Earth Spirit region. Therefore, Chinyu wanted to know the power of the ancient space-time killing formation, one of the trump cards that he had carefully prepared. Chinyu did not want to use the god's punishment formation if he had no other choice. Although I have recovered a lot of my origin energy, I can only use the space-time superpower a few times. The dragon soul said if he wanted to activate the space-time ancient slaughtering array, he would need the space-time ability of the dragon soul. After we leave this place, refine the heavenly dragon soul. Since you want to walk the path of combat in this life, it is about time to condense a dragon body. Chinyu naturally thought about this. As long as the dragon soul condensed into a dragon body, he would not need to consume a large amount of dragon chi when using his natal divine ability in the future. The amount of dragon chi consumed to form a dragon body is not a small amount. Although that heavenly dragon soul's origin energy is sealed very well, it is still only the dragon soul's energy. After I condense my dragon body, I'm afraid there won't be much dragon chi left for you to raise your cultivation. The dragon soul was both excited and surprised. Although he also wanted to condense a dragon's body and not exist as a soul, he still wanted to do so. However, with Chinyu's current situation, it was better for him to improve his own strength. After you condense your dragon body, not only will your combat power increase, but you will also be able to sense the dragon clan without many restrictions. You can go and find the dragon clan earlier. Chinyu said. All right. The dragon soul was rather excited. Boom, boom. At this moment, the 9 demon guards had already caught up to Xiao Chen. They slashed their sabers in the air. Saber lights with surging demonic chi tore through the air and slashed out. 9 true dragon flashes. Extreme speed. Chinyu's figure flickered continuously. After dodging the saber lights, he looked at the ground and at a huge palace. Chinyu did not want anyone to see his trump cards. Swoosh, swoosh. Without the slightest hesitation, the 9 demon guards immediately rushed into the palace. Rumble. After a while, deafening explosions resounded, and the huge palace trembled. Snow Marquee residents, Sky Crane Valley, Hundred Beast Palace, and other martial gods gathered in the distance to watch. There was only one figure that had quietly snuck into the palace. That person was actually Jianhen. It was unknown what kind of mysterious escape technique Sword Scar used, but it did not attract the attention of the surrounding martial artists. Boom, boom, boom. Currently, an intense battle was taking place in the palace. The two parties involved in the battle were the 9 demon guards and Qin Yu. However, the strange thing was that the 9 demon guards, who could fight against hundreds of martial gods at once and became fiercer as they fought, were now evenly matched with Qin Yu. There was a huge and profound formation around the 10 of them within a radius of 1,000 feet. Countless wisps of white light swam around the formation like fish, causing deep ripples to appear in the sky. It was the Dragon Soul's natural ability, the space-time force. Under the space-time force, there were countless cold, murderous intents. The 9 demon guards, who were enveloped by the space-time force, slowed down by more than 10 times. In an instant, they were attacked by countless murderous intents. The ancient space-time slaughter formation was formed by the combination of the space-time force and the heavenly destroyer formation. Such an increase in combat strength far surpassed the simple killing power of the heaven extermination formation. On the other hand, Qin Yu was like a fish in water in the ancient space-time slaughter formation. His speed and other aspects were greatly enhanced. Whoosh! Qin Yu, who was as fast as a ghost, flickered his right hand. The killing and lightning auras swept out as a vast amount of true Yuan gathered. The 9 netherworld dragon spear was like Shinran rising out of the sea. It activated the power of the ancient space-time slaughter formation and stabbed a demon guard. Boom! There was a deafening explosion. The demon guard, who had swung his saber, was directly pierced by the spear and exploded. The ancient demonic curse in the demonic chi was shattered by the heavenly destroyer killing intent. As expected, the power of the ancient space-time slaughter formation is enough to deal with a peak martial god. Qin Yu displayed a wide smile on his face. With the ancient space-time slaughter formation, his combat strength had increased by more than a few levels. After all, even if he activated the killing intent of the heavenly destroyer formation, he would not be able to unleash the power of the ancient space-time slaughter formation. Die! Qin Yu's figure flashed again. He was so fast that no one could see him clearly. The 8 demon guards were all killed, one after another. It's time to go. After the battle, Qin Yu withdrew the ancient space-time slaughter formation. Under his feet, lines of mysterious formation, runes spread out and turned into a transfer formation. Buzz, buzz. After the formation patterns lightly trembled, Qin Yu instantly disappeared from the ancient palace. He had been teleported away. What kind of sacred formation is that? As Qin Yu disappeared, Jianhen appeared. He looked at the place where Qin Yu had disappeared with great shock in his eyes. Wu Shang, who had the combat strength of a peak martial god, was able to kill 9 peak martial gods with the help of the formation? Jianhen could not help but feel a chill run down his spine when he recalled how he had attacked Qin Yu and taken the demonic cultivator's holy seal. If he did not know the power of the formation and was controlled by Qin Yu, would he be able to resist it? After a while, Jianhen came to his senses, and his eyes regained their calmness. No matter what, if he wanted to completely destroy the heavenly demon cult and avenge his sect, he must obtain the Holy Seal, which was extremely important to the heavenly demon cult. With that thought, Jianhen made a hand seal and disappeared into the void, outside the palace. Why is there no movement? Is the battle over? The martial gods who were watching from afar began to discuss among themselves when they saw the ancient palace that had suddenly descended. The aura has disappeared. Could it be? After the 5 core elders of the 100-beast palace used their secret techniques to sense the aura, their expressions changed. They immediately flew out and carefully approached the palace. Chapter 192. Follow them. The peak martial gods of Sky Crane Valley and Snow Marquee Palace also flew out after communicating with each other. However, they followed far behind. If anything unexpected happened, they would be able to escape in time. They really disappeared. What's going on? I didn't see anyone go out before. Could there be a transmission array? After sneaking into the palace, the 5 core elders of the 100-Beast Palace were all stunned. Not only had Chinyu disappeared, but the 9 demon guards had also disappeared. Judging from the situation in the palace, a great battle should have happened here. But what had happened that made Chinyu and the demon guards disappear together? They really disappeared. What do we do now? Let's continue searching this mystic realm. Elder Wing returned to the palace immediately. The 5 core elders of the 100-Beast Palace looked at each other and immediately fled. All the elders of the 100-Beast Palace had a life beast token. Whether Chinyu was alive or dead, they would know once they returned. Immediately, the 5 core elders of the 100-Beast Palace split into 2 groups and left the palace. The fluctuation of the Sage Seal has disappeared from the mystic realm. Now it's outside the mystic realm. Chase after it. The Thin Man and the other demonic cultivators who had retreated appeared among the martial gods, watching from afar. After communicating with each other, they silently disappeared once more. Kacha! Beneath the mystic realm, another cracking sound came from the 9 altars. Another one of the 8 cursed ancient chains on the figure's body broke. At this moment, the aura on that figure's body had become several times more tyrannical, god-burying ridge in the ancient forest of ghost veins. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chinyu, who had completely changed his appearance with a secret technique, quickly formed seals with his hands. Battle dragon seals continuously shot into the ground. Seal. As Chinyu shouted, the ancient forest trembled. Ghost energy gathered and poured into one place. A moment later, a ghost vein several 100 feet wide was sealed by Chinyu. The divine dragon ancient seal shook, and the ghost was sealed inside. Chinyu's figure flashed, disappearing from god-burying ridge, where martial artists were constantly gathering. Whoosh! Not long after Chinyu disappeared, the martial god realm demonic cultivators, led by the skinny man, immediately chased after him. They stayed in the ancient forest for a moment, and then immediately rushed in the direction where Chinyu had disappeared. After a few breaths, Jin, Hen's figure, also appeared. Chinyu's strength was too shocking. It was better to let these demonic cultivators test Chin use strength. Whoosh! In the void, Chinyu increased his speed with his extreme speed. He was as fast as lightning as he traversed the void. Someone is following us. It should be a demonic cultivator. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the dragon's soul. I have to think of a way to completely seal that ancient seal's demonic aura. Chinyu, who did not slow down at all, pondered. Those demonic cultivators should have a way to sense the fluctuations of the demonic cultivator's Saint Seal. Chinyu's identity could not be exposed when he went to the Earth Spirit region this time. He did not want his identity to be exposed when he went to the Earth Spirit region and fought with the Myriad Ghost Palace. Forget it. Let's kill these people first. When he flew out of the profound firmament region, killing intent flashed in Chinyu's eyes. He entered a mountain range and quietly meditated. From the looks of it, he did not seem to notice the demonic cultivators following behind him. Form the formation and quietly surround him. The skinny man had a ferocious expression as he ordered the dozens of martial god realm demonic cultivators around him. Although Chinyu's cultivation was only at the martial ancestor realm, the combat strength he had displayed before was not inferior to a high-level martial god. In particular, Chinyu had been able to escape from the hands of several demon guards. He might be hiding some treasures on him. They had to be careful when dealing with him. Whoosh, whoosh. After forming the killing formation and surrounding him, the skinny man and the other demonic cultivators immediately rushed out at an incomparably fast speed. Waves of heaven and earth-profound attacks came crashing down on Chinyu. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Chinyu suddenly opened his eyes, and a murderous intent flashed at the corners of his mouth. A dragon roar resounded, and the ancient space-time killing formation spread out once more, instantly enveloping the dozens of demonic cultivators that charged out. What kind of formation is this? His speed is affected. No, it's the space. Don't panic. No matter how strong the formation is, he is only one person. Kill him. After a brief moment of panic, the skinny man and the other demonic cultivators' killing intent intensified. They all executed secret techniques to increase their combat strength and charged out. I am indeed alone. However, as long as I stand within the formation, even if there are dozens of you, what can you do to me? As dragon chi surged, Chinyu charged out while holding a spear. Under the guidance of the spear, the might of the ancient space-time killing formation easily killed those demonic cultivators one after another. Impossible. This is impossible. What kind of formation is this? How can it be so strong? Could it be the skinny man who attacked wildly, but Chinyu managed to dodge the attacks due to the influence of the space-time force, could not conceal the astonishment in his eyes. A thought that he had never thought of before surfaced in his mind. Could it be that Chinyu didn't think of a way to shake off the 9 demon guards? Instead, he relied on this formation to kill all 9 demon guards. But was that even possible? The strength of the 9 demon guards was comparable to a peak martial god. With the 9 of them joining hands, how could they possibly be defeated by Chinyu? Whoosh! While the skinny man was still in shock, Chinyu had already killed the martial gods that were trying to escape. The 9 netherworld dragon spear with a shocking, murderous intent fired at the skinny man. I can't dodge it. Damn it. The curse is lifted. Blood explosion. Sensing the chaotic space-time force around him, the skinny man's eyes flickered with determination. The demonic runes on his body glowed as a destructive aura burst out. Bang! Chinyu raised his brows slightly. The power of the ancient space-time killing formation formed an invisible barrier in front of him. The next moment, a deafening explosion took place as the skinny man exploded into pieces. Blood-colored demonic chi swept out like a hurricane, sweeping across a radius of 1,000 miles. Half of the mountain range was instantly destroyed. Whoosh! A figure was blown away by the destructive wind. It was Chinyu. Puff! Chinyu spat out a mouthful of blood with a pale face. The skinny man had achieved the peak martial god realm after executing a secret technique. The self-destruction of a peak martial god, the self-destruction of the ultimacy of heaven and earth, was no joke. If Chinyu had not blocked it with the power of the ancient space-time killing formation, even with the fiery lightning dragon flesh, the skinny man would not have suffered such injuries. You've been watching for so long. It's about time for you to come out. Even though the demonic cultivators and the others had been killed, the murderous intent in Chinyu's eyes did not dissipate. He turned around and glanced into the distance. As expected, I've been discovered. Did he sense my defense just now? A figure appeared. It was none other than Sword Scar, who had been following him all the way here. This guy isn't simple. I didn't notice that he was following us secretly. The dragon soul observed Sword Scar and said, did he comprehend some kind of concealment technique? That's not the point. It's his sword art. Chinyu's sharp gaze flickered with astonishment. What's wrong with his sword art? The dragon soul asked. I don't know why, but his sword art gives me a familiar feeling. Chinyu said. Chapter 193. Familiar? There isn't anything special about his sword principle ultimacy. The dragon's soul thought for a while and said, if Chinyu felt familiar with Sword Scar's sword principle ultimacy, he should have seen it before. Chinyu thought for a while, but could not figure out why he felt familiar with Sword Scar's sword principle ultimacy. However, it seemed that Sword Scar did not intend to leave. You should have seen the previous battle. Do you think you can take the demon race's Saint Seal back from me? Dragon Chi surged on the 9 Netherworld Dragon Spear. Chinyu looked at Sword Scar sharply. The ancient space-time killing formation would consume the Dragon Soul's origin Dragon Chi. Chinyu did not want to use it if it was not necessary. Although your killing formation can kill a peak martial god, it doesn't seem to have much defensive power. Sword Scar held the ancient frost sword in his hand, and a chilling intent spread out. Although he was a little far away from the explosion of the skinny man. Even so, he was confident that he could defend against the explosion of the skinny man with his cultivation. As for Chinyu, he had received quite a serious injury because of this. This also showed that although Chinyu was strong enough to fight against a peak martial god, his defensive power was not even comparable to a peak martial god. In this way, Chinyu was not as difficult to deal with as he had imagined. You're quite observant. Chinyu naturally knew his shortcomings. The defense of the 8th Revolution fiery thunder dragon body was indeed strong. However, it could not defend against the ultimacy of heaven and earth of a peak martial god. It was just like how Chinyu's body could not withstand the killing intent of the god-killing formation. Therefore, Chinyu had carefully prepared the ancient space-time killing formation that would not leave any side effects. Swoosh! Without wasting time, Chinyu's figure flashed, and the 9 Netherworld Dragon Spear lit up with mysterious dragon inscriptions and emitted a vast pressure. Heaven-shaking sword. Seeing Chinyu charging straight at him, Sword Scar's eyes were as sharp as a sword. Swoosh! The ancient frost sword trembled slightly, and its sword power soared into the sky. He slashed down with his sword, and a 1,000-foot-long sword light descended from the sky. At that moment, everything in the world gathered with that sword ray as the center. However, the moment it came into contact with the sword ray, it was torn to pieces by the sword ray. Heaven burying 3 swords. I see. Looking at the 10,000 feet sword light that was like a mountain slashing down, suppressing over, he was shocked. The ancient space-time killing formation was activated. Pitch-black dragon scales appeared on Chinyu's body, and the 9 nether purgatory appeared. His aura sword, Rumble, the 1,000-foot-long sword light, and the space-time killing formation clashed, and an earth-shattering explosion occurred. The destruction sword Will and the chaotic space-time killing Will collided in the void. Break! Jianhen yelled. A destructive sword might erupted from the sword light that was thousands of meters long. It wreaked havoc in the heavens and the earth as if it could destroy the world. With a loud bang, the space-time ancient killing array exploded, and the chaotic space-time energy scattered. Not good. However, Jianhen's expression suddenly changed. With a piercing sound, Chinyu's figure appeared on Jianhen's left like a ghost. The space-time ancient killing array appeared again and trapped Jianhen. God-slaying array. Chinyu stabbed out with his spear. Within the spear glow, a murderous intent that was several times stronger than before spread out. Jianhen's hair stood on end, and he felt as if he was shrouded in death. Secret technique, space escape. At the moment of life and death, Jianhen spat out a mouthful of blood. In an instant, he turned into a wisp of cold air and disappeared under the spear light. Space superpower. Seeing Jianhen escape from the space-time ancient killing array in the blink of an eye, the dragon soul was surprised. A martial god could actually use a space superpower, which was extremely rare even in the heaven region. Space escape technique? That guy has indeed obtained the inheritance of the heaven-burying sword deity. Qin Yu, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, dispersed the god-slaying killing will. He looked in the direction where Jian Hen had disappeared with a deep gaze. When Jian Hen used the heaven-shaking sword style, Qin Yu understood why he felt familiar with Jian Hen's sword principle ultimacy. Heaven-burying sword deity? Who is that? Hearing this, the dragon soul was puzzled. From Qin Yu's martial emperor realm to the emperor realm, he knew everything that Qin Yu had experienced. However, it was the first time he had heard of this heaven-burying sword deity. Seeing that Qin Yu valued him so much, it was obvious that he had a strong background. In fact, in the entire heaven region, those who could be called deity were definitely invincible experts of an era. Even when Qin Yu was at his peak, he was not called deity. The heaven-burying sword deity was an expert of the same era as my master. I only met him once when I was a martial king. In that era, the heaven-burying sword deity and my master were known as the peerless duo era, until the heaven-burying sword deity and my master stepped onto the immortal-seeking ancient road together. Qin Yu said slowly, "Immortal-seeking ancient road? Legend has it that the ancient Almighty went against the heavens and opened up the immortal-seeking ancient road." The dragon soul was shocked. The immortal-seeking ancient road had always been a sacred existence in the heaven region. Since ancient times, countless peerless experts had stepped onto the immortal-seeking immortality path. No one knew where the end of the immortal-seeking ancient road was. It was as if everyone who had stepped onto the immortal-seeking ancient road had never returned. However, there was no doubt that those who could step onto the immortal-seeking ancient road were all invincible existences of the heaven region. Qin Yu's master actually had such a background. No, since the heaven-burying sword deity's inheritance has been obtained, doesn't that mean soon the dragon soul came to a realization? Countless experts had reached the end of their lifespan or were about to die. They would leave their inheritance behind, waiting for the fated person to obtain it so that their inheritance would not be severed. After the heaven-burying sword deity stepped onto the immortal-seeking ancient road, he must have left his inheritance behind. However, if the heaven-burying sword deity had not died, even if the inheritance he left behind was discovered, it would not be passed down. No one would pass on their most important inheritance to someone else before they died. Just like Qin Yu back then, even if he only had a trace of life, he still sent the ancient seal of the divine dragon into the endless void. Now, since the sword mark had obtained the heaven-burying sword deity's inheritance, the heaven-burying sword deity, who had stepped onto the immortal-seeking ancient road, had most likely died. As for Qin Yu's master, it was most likely that he had met with misfortune. Immortal-seeking ancient road, Qin Yu's eyes flickered. How strong was his master? Even at his peak, he was far from comparable. Qin Yu found it hard to believe that his master would meet with misfortune on the immortal-seeking ancient road. One had to know that in his previous life, he would often go to his master's old residence. His master's lifeblood tablet had dimmed a few times, but it had never disappeared. Could it be that something had happened in these 1,000 years? After thinking for a while, Qin Yu collected his thoughts and flew away. Even at his peak in his previous life, he did not have the confidence to step onto the immortal-seeking ancient road. No matter how much he thought about it now, it was useless. Whoosh! After leaving the completely destroyed mountain range, Qin Yu crossed 2 regions and entered a lone peak. After setting up a sealing ancient formation array in the surroundings of the lone peak, Qin Yu entered the mountain peak. Dragon Soul, get ready! Qin Yu's mind sank into the ancient seal of the divine dragon. The sealed heavenly dragon soul immediately emitted a dazzling light, and an opening was opened in the Emperor's seals. Roar! The dragon's soul let out an excited dragon roar, then turned into a stream of light and entered the ball of light. Soon, two incomparably fierce and mighty dragon might overflowed from the ball of light, wreaking havoc in the ancient seal of the divine dragon. Chapter 194. After the dragon's soul entered the ball of light, Qin Yu immediately used the divine dragon ancient seal to suppress it. The heavenly dragon's soul was sealed by Fairy Shualan's sovereign seal. Now, Qin Yu was suppressing it with the help of the divine dragon ancient seal. Even if the heavenly dragon's soul still had its own consciousness, it was no match for the dragon's soul. Qin Yu was relieved when he saw that the dragon soul's devouring was successful. Soon after, Qin Yu took out the ghost vein from the ancient seal. After the seal was removed, the skeleton ghost king and the ghost eye of extermination appeared. After the skeleton ghost king and the ghost eye of extermination absorbed the vast ghostly aura in the ghost vein, their strength would increase tremendously. To the current Qin Yu, the increase in the battle power of these two items was of enormous assistance. Whoosh, whoosh, boundless ghost chi filled the entire cave. It was so dark that one couldn't even see one's own fingers. The skeleton ghost king, the ghost eye of extermination, and the ghost mark flashed as they absorbed the ghostly aura. They were so fast that they formed a vortex of ghostly aura. Qin Yu sat down with his legs crossed and formed hand seals with his hands. The spiritual aura of heaven and earth gathered. The pitch-black ghostly aura and pure, milky white spiritual aura intertwined. It looked like the Taiji diagram of yin and yang. This time, the dragon soul devoured the heavenly dragon's soul and formed a dragon body. It would take a long time. Qin Yu intended to use this opportunity to break through the 5 powers of heaven and earth to the state of heaven and earth. The enemies he had provoked now were the Sky Crane Valley and the Snow Marquis residents. When he went to the Earth Spirit domain, he would also provoke the Myriad Ghost Palace. With Qin Yu's current strength, he didn't have to worry about facing a martial god. If he couldn't win, he could escape. However, if a martial ancestor came, he wouldn't be able to win or escape. However, when Qin Yu's cultivation reached the Wusheng realm, he would absorb the heavenly dragon's soul's dragon aura. Then, the situation would be completely different. The azure dragon battling the heavens, the heaven-devouring dragon seal, and the 9 hells purgatory would become stronger as their cultivation increased. At that time, with the addition of the might of the formation Tao, Qin Yu's strength would truly undergo a transformation. 2 levels of metamorphosis. While Qin Yu was cultivating on this lonely peak, preparing to break through to the Wusheng realm, 100 Beast Palace, Beast God Temple, the natal beast tablet is not broken. There should be no danger to its life. A young man with a single horn and an aura as vast as the sea looked at Qin Yu's beast badge and said calmly, behind the one-horned young man, there were dozens of core elders. All of them had respectful expressions on their faces. The reason was none other than the fact that the young man was a real martial progenitor realm expert. That's good. The core elder who had returned to the 100 Beast Palace heaved a sigh of relief. However, I can't sense where he is either. I don't think the situation is optimistic. The young man with a single horn said, Elder, hi, even you are unable to sense it? The core elder, who had returned to the 100 Beast Palace, asked nervously, not only is his token broken, but he has also consumed a lot of his bloodline power. The young man with a single horn shook his head. The natal beast tablet had fused with the host's blood essence. Since they were unable to sense the host's location, the only possibility was what he had said. Elder E, what happened when you went out with Elder Qin this time? That's right. 5 peak elders. Even if they encountered danger, They should have been able to bring Elder Chin away, right? The other martial god corps, elders, all looked at Elder E. Don't worry. Since there is no danger to his life, he should be safe for the time being. Tell me what happened. The young man with a single horn also looked at Elder E. Even he did not know what had happened. It's like this. Elder E immediately explained what had happened in God-Burying Ridge in detail. An ancient mystic realm appeared in God-Burying Ridge. A demonic cultivator appeared. Elder Chin could easily kill a low-level martial god. 9 peak martial gods were chasing after Elder Chin. Then, how did Elder Chin get away? Hearing Elder Yi's words, the expressions of those core elders became strange. They knew that Chin Yu had the means to kill martial gods. They also knew about the war on the continent. However, Chin Yu had relied on an array to kill the outer mansion elder of the Snow Marquee Mansion. Even if Chin Yu's true strength was as Elder E had said, he could easily kill a low-level martial god. However, being chased by 9 peak martial gods and still having a way to escape made them feel strange. To be honest, even they would not be able to escape if they were chased by 9 peak martial gods. The young man with a single horn's eyes flashed. It sounded like there was a great secret on Chin Yu's body. I don't know how Elder Chin did it. However, when I left, Sky Crane Valley and the Snow Marquee Mansion were chasing after the other 4 elders. If Elder Chin is still hiding in God-Burying Ridge or the Mystic Realm, I'm afraid he's in danger. Elder E said, Humph, Sky Crane Valley, and the Snow Marquee Mansion dared to surround and kill the core elders of my 100-beast palace. Elder Hi, let us go to God-Burying Ridge. The other core elders regained their senses, and their killing intent surged. I'll go to God-Burying Ridge personally. However, Sky Crane Valley and the Snow Marquee Mansion can't let this go. A cold killing intent flashed in the young man's eyes. Since they want to start a war, we'll satisfy them. Summon all the core elders. Hearing the young man's murderous words, the killing intent of the core elders intensified. Yes, as the 100-beast palace was about to make a move, in a small remote city in the 100 martial realm, there was also a force that was about to make a move. Bang! There was the sound of flesh and blood exploding. A Wusheng realm demonic cultivator was blown apart by a palm strike. Even the Saint Seal was stolen. What a bunch of useless trash. The one who spoke was a bald man with gloomy eyes. The bald man's head was engraved with demonic runes that faintly resembled a strange beast. In front of the bald man, a group of martial ancestor realm and Wusheng realm demonic cultivators knelt. They were all low-level demonic cultivators that had escaped from the mystic realm. Because they were weak, they hadn't followed the thin man to deal with Chin Yu. Thus, they had escaped a calamity. Since even the demon guards have appeared, the demon master might have awakened. It seems that we won't be able to go to the ancient demon mystic realm in the future. Beside the bald man, a weak scholar in white clothes said with a frown, But in the 100 martial realm, only the ancient demon mystic realm is suitable for us to cultivate. After developing in the 100 martial realm for so many years, do we have to retreat now? A soft voice sounded. It was a beautiful woman in a palace dress. Her expression was solemn. We'll talk about this later. Right now, the most important thing is to find the Saint Seal before the Protector comes out of seclusion. Otherwise, once the Protector comes out, we'll all be dead. There was a hint of fear in the bald man's gloomy eyes. The expressions of the weak scholar and the beautiful woman were also somewhat unsightly. They knew the importance of the Saint Seal. They also knew the temperament of the Protector and the sect master. If they couldn't find the Saint Seal as soon as possible, they would really be in trouble. Chapter 195. Are you sure that the person who stole the Sacred Seal is from the 100-beast palace and not someone from the Sword Firmament Pavilion? The scholar asked as he looked at the demonic cultivators kneeling on the ground. Absolutely. The demonic cultivators nodded their heads. The 100-Beast Palace is in the east, but the Sacred Seal is in the west. It looks like that person hasn't returned to the 100-Beast Palace yet. The scholar's eyes darkened as he continued. Now is the best time to make a move. If that person was allowed to return to the 100-Beast Palace, it would be extremely difficult for them to snatch back the Saint Badge with the power of the 100-Beast Palace. There's no time. Let's get the other branch leaders to help. Only the 3 of us can go. When the bald man heard this, he looked at the weak scholar and the beautiful woman. Inform all the martial god disciples to gather as soon as possible. The beautiful woman ordered coldly, either we succeed or we die. Yes, the bodies of the Wusheng realm demonic cultivators trembled as they immediately went to inform the others. 10 days later, in the cave on the mountain peak, crack, crack, whoosh, whoosh. The ghostly aura that was so dense that it blocked everyone's vision had thinned by several times. The Skeleton Ghost King and the Ghost Eye of Extermination, who were within the eerie ghostly chi, noticed an extremely obvious change. The Skeleton Ghost King's skeleton had grown several times bigger, and it was now 6 meters tall. Just by standing there, it emitted a heavy pressure that couldn't be underestimated. Peak martial god realm. The benefits of the dozen faint purple ghost-patterned bones to the Skeleton Ghost King far exceeded Chinyu's expectations. The Skeleton Ghost King was originally only at the Wusheng realm. After absorbing half of the ghostly aura from the bones, its strength had increased by leaps and bounds. However, Chinyu didn't know that. Sun Yu had originally planned to use the Skeleton Ghost King to refine the Martial Emperor's body into a true Martial Emperor's body after he recovered his cultivation. If the Skeleton Ghost King merged with the bones of the 2 Martial Emperors, the Skeleton Ghost King would become a Martial Emperor. The Skeleton Phantom King's strength would reach the Martial Progenitor realm. It was not strange for Chinyu to reach the peak Martial God realm after merging more than 10 skeletons. The Ghost Eye of Extermination floated in the air, surrounded by a series of clear and mysterious ghostly patterns. As his eyes blinked, a deep, dark light flickered from time to time, causing the void to faintly shatter. Now that the power of the Ghost Eyes of Extermination had been fully unsealed, it was truly capable of breaking all laws and sealing all spirits. It would no longer be as simple as before, where they could only deal with ghost cultivators. Breaking all laws of heaven and earth. Even the profoundness of divine abilities was nothing difficult for him, sealing all spirits. Anything in the world that had a spirit could be sealed. The strength of the attack depended on the strength of the Ghost Eyes of Extermination. With the current strength of the Extermination Ghost Eyes, it was likely that even a peak martial god would be able to suppress it. With the help of the Skeleton Ghost King and the Ghost Eyes of Extermination, Chinyu's battle strength had improved significantly. Now, if he were to face Sword Scar's heaven-shaking sword style again, Chinyu would not need to take it head-on, and would be able to break it directly. Rumble! Sizzle! 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 The Skeleton Ghost King and the Ghost Eyes of Extermination, who were absorbing the ghost aura, both looked at Chinyu. At this moment, bursts of thunderous sounds and slaughter energy appeared out of nowhere on Chinyu's body. They whistled unceasingly in the cave. Among the 5 forces of heaven and earth, the Slaughter Spear aura and the Lightning aura had already reached the 9th level. After more than 20 days of seclusion, they had finally undergone a complete transformation and entered the Intent realm. Boom! When the 2 stages of potential advanced into concept, an extremely powerful pressure was emitted from Chinyu's body. The cultivation that he had been suppressing finally entered the Wusheng realm at this moment. Rumble! The true Yuan in his body was like a battle dragon that roared and surged in the dragon vein. The true Yuan that he released also became more powerful. Qinyu did not open his eyes. He was still sitting with his legs crossed, and his hands formed hand seals. Although the slaughter spear aura and the lightning aura had both entered the intent realm. However, the five elements aura, the chaos aura, and the extreme speed aura were still at the 9th level. It would take some time for all of them to break through to the intent realm. While Qinyu was in seclusion, more than 100 figures appeared near the Lone Peak. This group of people was the martial god realm disciples led by the 3 branch masters of the heavenly demon cult. A sealing array? Suspicion flashed in the bald man's eyes as he looked at the sealing array outside the Lone Peak. This place was remote and desolate. There were no major factions within 1,000 miles. The person who had snatched the Saint Seal had actually stopped here all this time? Could it be a trap? The weak scholar and the beautiful woman understood and led their men to circle around the lonely peak. They were slightly relieved when they didn't find any traps. Get into formation. The 100 martial gods split into 3 groups and followed the bald man, the weak scholar, and the beautiful woman to the 3 directions of the Lone Peak. Attack! Just as the bald man waved his hand and gave the order to attack the Lone Peak's barrier. In the void, a figure appeared like a ghost. Slash! As soon as the evil cultivators of the heavenly demon cult noticed it, a cold sword light appeared between the beautiful woman's eyebrows, and she died instantly. This person was none other than Jian Hen. They really came. Jian Hen's cold face revealed a vicious smile. Since he had almost died at Qinyu's hands, Jian Hen had been hiding nearby using the void escape technique. He had been waiting for the heavenly demon cult to come. Jian Hen knew that the heavenly demon cult valued the Saint Seal more than him. Therefore, as long as he hid near Qinyu, he would be able to wait until the heavenly demon cult came. The situation was as he had expected. Who is it? This sudden turn of events caused the bald man and the weak scholar to be greatly shocked. The demonic cultivators in the martial god realm were startled. They immediately scattered in all directions. If they had been the target of killing an 8th-level martial god realm branch leader with a single move, they would have had no chance of surviving. The ancient frost sword, the sword pavilion. Seeing the saint artifact ancient frost sword that was overflowing with ice, the bald man and the weak scholar immediately guessed the identity of the sword mark. I didn't expect to fish out 3 branch leaders this time. The sword mark's right hand shook, and the beautiful woman, who had been pierced between her eyebrows and had turned into an ice sculpture, shattered inch by inch. I see. I was wondering why Lin Meng and the others were wiped out. The weak scholar's eyes became even more sinister. Clearly, he thought that Jian Hen and Qinyu, who had taken the Saint Seal, were on the same side. Let's kill him first. Seeing that the seal around the Lone Peak had not moved, the bald man's killing intent surged. The bald-headed man's killing intent soared to the heavens. With a sweep of his holy weapon, he immediately charged towards the sword mark. The weak scholar and the other demonic cultivators of the martial god realm attacked wildly from all directions. Just in time, sky's shaking form. A bloodthirsty light appeared in Jian Hen's eyes as the aura he emitted grew stronger. The ancient frost sword let out a deafening sword cry as its sword Dao soared into the sky. A giant sword appeared in the sky. Rumble! The giant sword slashed out and clashed with the hundreds of ultimates of the heavens and earth. A shocking battle immediately broke out. An incomparably wild and violent shockwave smashed against the ceiling formation around the Lone Peak, faintly causing the entire Lone Peak to continuously tremble. Chapter 196. In the cave of the Lone Peak, Qinyu, who is meditating with legs crossed, slightly raises his eyebrows when he hears those violent explosions. After a while, the mountain didn't stop shaking. Instead, it became even more intense. Kill everyone in the vicinity of the mountain. Qin Yu's heart was filled with ruthlessness. The skeleton ghost king and the ghost eye of destruction, who were absorbing the ghostly qi, immediately charged out of the mountain. Ghostly qi. Jian Hen, who was in the middle of a battle, was surprised. The bald man and the weak scholar also sensed something, and they both looked at the barrier around the lone peak. Whoosh! Black light flashed as ghostly qi spread out. The skeleton ghost king appeared. A peak martial god ghost. Jian Hen was surprised. He didn't expect Qin Yu to have such a powerful ghost. Fortunately, he was wary of Qin Yu and didn't try to break the barrier. Otherwise, if Qin Yu were to join forces with the skeleton ghost king, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape after being trapped in such a formation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The skeleton ghost king, who had obeyed Qin Yu's orders, charged toward the heavenly demon sect. The skeleton ghost king, who had become 6 meters tall, was so fast that it was a blur. In an instant, several martial god realm demonic cultivators were killed by the skeleton ghost king. Whoosh, whoosh. The black ghost eye of destruction could always find the flaws in the demonic cultivators' attacks and use the eye of destruction. Any demonic cultivator who was hit by the eye of destruction trembled. Their heaven and earth mysteries were broken, and their true yuan was sealed. They died immediately. What kind of eye technique is this? How can it break my sword light? Jian Hen's right hand moved, and an icy sword light slashed at a beam of destruction eye light that was attacking him. However, he immediately dodged to the side and looked at the ghost qi, where the ghost eye of extermination was. His sword light actually shattered the moment it came into contact with the destruction eye light. Damn it! What the hell is this skeleton ghost? Facing the skeleton ghost king's ferocious attacks, the bald man repeatedly slashed at the skeleton ghost king's body, causing sparks to fly. However, the ghostly patterns on the skeleton ghost king's body were not damaged at all. It was as if the skeleton ghost king had an indestructible body. The more the bald man fought, the more fearful he became. His combat strength was considered powerful among the peak martial gods. But now, he couldn't even break through the skeleton ghost king's defense. This was too terrifying. Bang! This momentary distraction gave the skeleton ghost king an opportunity. As he punched out, faint purple ghostly runes glowed. Ripples appeared in the void as the mountain-like fist landed on the bald man. Puchi! The bald man was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, before he could remove the force from his body, a wisp of ice covered his body. Almost at the same time, an icy sword pierced through the bald man's heart. Ice spread out in all directions, freezing the bald man and shattering him into ice shards. After dodging the eye of destruction, Jian Hen took the opportunity to pierce the bald man's heart. Retreat! The weak scholar's face twitched as he looked at Jian Hen with a murderous look. He immediately gave the order to retreat. The demonic cultivators of the Sky Demon sect, who had suffered casualties, immediately retreated. Just one sword mark was already troublesome enough. Now that there was another ghost and the eye of destruction, they couldn't handle it at all. Trying to run. Seeing that the Sky Demon sect had retreated, Jian Hen immediately used the void escape technique and chased after them. He had to leave because the skeleton ghost king and the eye of destruction had their eyes on him. If he didn't leave now, he would become a target. Facing the skeleton ghost king, who was at the peak of the martial god realm and the mysterious ghost eyes of annihilation, Jian Hen didn't have much confidence in defeating them. Whoosh! Whoosh! The skeleton ghost king and the Eye of Destruction passed through the array and returned to the lone peak. After that battle, no one came to disturb Qin Yu in the following days. Roar! After another half a month, Qin Yu, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly trembled. Then, a loud dragon roar resounded. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly opened as his consciousness entered the ancient seal of the divine dragon. He saw that the light that sealed the sky dragon's soul had gradually faded, and the dragon's soul's shadow was revealed. Roar! Another dragon roar resounded. Immediately, a 1,000-meter-long giant dragon covered in faint black dragon scales charged out of the ball of light. It was flickering with chaotic dragon light. I finally condensed my true form. The dragon's soul was extremely excited as it kept jumping around in the ancient seal of the divine dragon. Wu Sheng's cultivation is at LV7, and he only has a spiritual dragon body. After Qin Yu sensed it carefully, he said in a slightly surprised tone, "In the immemorial battle dragon art, the dragon clan was divided into spiritual, heavenly, sacred, divine, and immortal grades. The spiritual dragon clan could be said to be the weakest and lowest grade of the dragon clan. Originally, Qin Yu expected that if he swallowed the sky dragon's soul, the dragon's soul should be able to reach the heavenly rank. There's no other way. After all, there's only a dragon soul and no real dragon body. The secret technique of flesh rebirth can only reach the spiritual dragon body. The dragon soul also knew the secret technique of flesh rebirth. As long as there was enough dragon chi, he could condense any dragon body. That's true." Qin Yu nodded slightly as his mind moved. The remaining sky dragon soul in the light was refined by the ancient seal of the divine dragon and turned into majestic dragon chi that surged into Qin Yu's body. In an instant, Qin Yu's cultivation immediately soared. Wu Sheng's LV1, Wu Sheng's LV2, Wu Sheng's LV3, Wu Sheng's LV4. When he reached Wu Sheng's LV4, Qin Yu's hand seals changed. Condensing pulse. Immediately, the main dragon vein crazily absorbed the dragon chi. The color of the main dragon vein, which was already dark yellow, became even richer. The subdragon veins also gradually evolved. This time, the number of subdragon veins increased by 7, reaching a total of 27. Heavenly stellar divine light. After refining the dragon chi, a dragon seal with faint starlight appeared between Qin Yu's eyebrows. At the same time, a mysterious technique appeared in Qin Yu's mind. Heavenly stellar divine light, the sky dragon's natural divine light. By absorbing the power of the stars in the sky, the heavenly stellar divine light was developed, and the power was enough to penetrate the myriad world. It's actually a mutated natural divine light. The dragon soul and Qin Yu's mind were connected, and he also knew the sky dragon's natural divine light. Qin Yu had also refined the sky dragon clan in his previous life, and the natural divine light he obtained was the star dragon body. Absorbing the power of the stars in the sky to refine the star dragon body, and when cultivated to the extreme, the body could transform into stars and have the power to destroy the world. However, the sky dragon soul's natural divine light was actually the heavenly stellar divine light. This was obviously a mutation. Heavenly stellar divine light is better than the star dragon body. Qin Yu was slightly stunned, and a smile appeared on his face. The dragon soul naturally knew the reason. When the fire lightning dragon body reached the 10th level, Qin Yu could cultivate the third style of the 9 esoteric combat dragon, the tyrant dragon divine body. The tyrant dragon divine body's potential was far above the star dragon body. When cultivated to the peak, it would be enough to achieve true immortality. If it was the star dragon body, even if he obtained it, there was no need to cultivate it. After leveling up his cultivation and comprehending the natural divine light, Qin Yu still sat cross-legged and continued to comprehend the force of heaven and earth. 3 days later, Qin Yu comprehended the other 3 forces of heaven and earth and completely stepped into the realm of heaven and earth. The Slaughter Spear Force and the Thunder Force had also reached the 2nd level of the realm of heaven and earth. After refining the Sky Dragon soul, his cultivation and realm of heaven and earth leveled up. Qin Yu opened his eyes. Chapter 197. With a wave of his right hand, the 9 Nether Dragon Spear appeared. The grade of the 9 Nether Dragon Spear had long since reached the level of an inferior saint artifact. In the past, he had been limited by Qin Yu's cultivation, so he had not been able to advance to the divine grade. Now, there would be no such restriction. Qin Yu gripped the 9 Nether Dragon Spear and poured his Battle Dragon true essence into the spear. At this moment, the dragon soul that had just condensed its dragon body and was leaping within the divine dragon ancient seal seemed to have sensed something, and its huge dragon head moved. That guy is really unwilling to give up. I'll go out and take a look. The dragon runes on the dragon soul flickered, and it grew to 10 feet in size as it came out of the divine dragon seal. After forming a dragon body, the power of the dragon soul's innate space-time ability naturally increased by leaps and bounds. When the sword mark approached with the void evasion technique, he immediately sensed it. The inheritance of the Sky Burier Sword Immortal cannot be underestimated. Bring the skeleton Ghost King over. Qin Yu commanded the skeleton Ghost King to follow the dragon's soul out of the cave. Rumble! Not long after, a violent battle broke out outside the Lone Peak. The Sword Dao Profundity, the Space-Time Profundity, and the Ghost Dao Profundity wreaked havoc between heaven and earth. But soon, the battle ended, and the dragon soul arrogantly returned with the skeleton Ghost King. Although the dragon soul's current combat strength was far from being able to fight against a top martial god, it was still very powerful. However, with the help of the skeleton Ghost King, the Sword Scar was forced to retreat and even suffered heavy injuries. Sword Scar's spatial escape technique was directly restrained by the dragon soul's space-time divine ability. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the 9 Nether Dragon Spear in Qin Yu's hand was trembling nonstop. Dragon patterns spread out, and light flickered continuously. A clear wave of spirituality emanated from the 9 Underworld's Dragon Spear. Success. Sacred artifact. Qin Yu opened his eyes and looked at the 9 Nether Dragon Spear that was emitting a soft hum. His eyes shone brightly. The difference between a true saint artifact and an inferior saint artifact wasn't as simple as a spiritual connection. It's time to go. During this closed-door training, Qin Yu's strength could be said to have achieved a thorough improvement in all aspects. Now, it was time to go to the Earth Spirit domain. However, before leaving, Qin Yu took out the demon race's Holy Seal, the demonic cultivator of the heavenly demon cult, and the sword scar that he could not shake off. The reason why the other party could follow him was because he had a way to sense the Sage Seal's fluctuations. After executing a secret technique to seal the demon race's Holy Seal, Qin Yu disguised himself and left the peak. With the amplification of extreme speed intent, even if Qin Yu did not enter the state of Azure Dragon battling the heavens, his speed was not the slightest bit inferior to a martial god. 20 days later, Qin Yu finally arrived at the Earth Spirit domain. In the Sky Dragon continent, ghost cultivators were not welcomed. In the Earth Spirit zone, they could be seen everywhere. In fact, most of them were ghost cultivators. Although this was not where the Myriad Ghost Palace's main palace was located, the Myriad Ghost Palace's main palace was located here. However, it was also one of the regions under the complete control of the Myriad Ghost Palace. No other major force dared to encroach on Earth's spirit realm. After arriving at the Earth Spirit region, Qin, you went straight to Luogue City. Luogue City was the slave city of the Myriad Ghost Palace. Here, one could buy all kinds of death warriors and slaves. The slave market was also located in Luogue City. Strange. I can't sense the fluctuations of a martial ancestor. After following the crowd and entering the 1,000-mile-wide ancient city, the dragon's soul immediately executed a secret technique. How could there not be a martial ancestor guarding such a large city? If a martial ancestor purposely conceals his aura, it would not be so easy to discover him. After looking at the bustling Luogue City, Qin Yu entered a glorious trading company. "Senior, what do you need?" A martial-honored realm maidservant came forward with a smile on her face. Since she could not sense Qin Yu's cultivation, it meant that he was above martial honorable. "Do you have any universal space treasures?" Qin Yu asked indifferently. The so-called universal space was very different from the Sumeru ring. The Sumeru ring could only store inanimate objects, but the universal space could store living people. The 10,000 Fiend banner that Qin Yu left in the Qin clan was a universal space treasure. With Qin Yu's attainments in refining, he could easily refine the Sumeru ring. However, universal space treasures required special space gems, which were extremely difficult to find. "Of course, Senior, this way, please." The maidservant immediately led Qin Yu to the 3rd floor of the trading company, where a martial god was guarding. "3 universal rings. I'll take this one." Qin Yu glanced around and chose a 3-colored ancient ring. This ancient ring contained 3 layers of space, which were completely isolated from each other. The space was also large enough. Although he did not sense the presence of a martial ancestor when he entered the city earlier, however, there were probably tens of thousands of martial gods in the city alone. Even with Qin Yu's current cultivation, once his identity was exposed, he would be in great danger. Therefore, after rescuing the Long family and keeping them in the 3 universal rings, it would be much easier for Qin Yu to fight or escape. After leaving the trading company, Qin Yu did not immediately go to the dead slave field. Instead, he chose a restaurant to stay in. However, after reaching the 2nd floor of the restaurant, Qin Yu suddenly stopped in his tracks. On the 2nd floor of the restaurant, he saw a familiar figure. Dressed in a black robe and carrying an ancient sword, he sat alone. It was the Thunderfire swordsman, Li Jun, whom he had met once in the ancient battlefield. As if sensing Qin Yu's gaze, Li Jun tilted his head and looked at Qin Yu. Looking at each other, Li Jun did not recognize Qin Yu, who had disguised himself. Qin Yu withdrew his gaze and went to the guest room on the 3rd floor. Li Jun's appearance did not affect his plan. In the restaurant, Qin Yu stayed for 3 consecutive days. In these 3 days, he had more or less figured out the layout of the Luogue city and the situation of the dead slave field. On the 5th day, Qin Yu, who had reinscribed the ancient space-time killing formation and the 3 universal rings, went to the dead slave field again. The dead slave field covered a large area and was divided into several areas. However, there were only 2 areas that martial artists could enter and leave. One was the place where slaves were traded, and the other was the arena where the dead slave field fought. Today is the day that Blood Knife will appear again. That's right. So far, Blood Knife has won 158 consecutive battles. His battle strength is amazing. Blood Knife seems to be in his teens. If he is properly trained, it won't be difficult for him to become an expert of his generation. Unfortunately, those who enter the arena are all dead slave field. The Myriad Ghost Palace will not let them go. I heard that Blood Knife was a member of the Long family. I don't know if it's true or not. I also don't know how the Long family offended the Myriad Ghost Palace. The great family of the 100 Martial Realm was exterminated overnight, The arena was filled with people and the smell of blood. Waves of discussions could be heard constantly. The arena was 1,000 feet wide and was circular in shape. There were more than 10 passages inside. In front of each passage, there was a figure in tattered clothes. Their eyes were indifferent and fierce. In the center of the arena, there was a hole that emitted a brutal aura. Above the arena, there were circles of martial artists. The atmosphere was very lively. Everyone was discussing and placing bets on which dead slave field was the strongest. Betting on battles was the reason why the dead slave field was so popular. The winning rate of betting on battles could even reach 100 or even 1,000 times. Becoming rich overnight was a common occurrence in the arena. Chinyu, who had quietly arrived, looked at the dead slave field. It was a martial ancestor youth with a cold expression and indifferent eyes. He held a blood-red battle blade. In the dead slave field, there were only battle numbers. That young man was able to obtain the title of Bloodsaber because of his 100 consecutive victories. Chapter 198. According to the information that Chinyu had gathered a few days ago, this blood blade-wielding youth was from the Long Hao clan. In the death slave arena, there were many powerful death slaves from the Long family. They would appear every once in a while. However, every time one of them appeared, the previous Long family death slave would either die in the arena or never come out again. This made many martial artists speculate. Did the Myriad Ghost Palace use some secret technique to stimulate the Long family members' potential? Once their potential was exhausted, they would die. However, Chinyu could tell. The blood blade-wielding youth did not use any secret technique to stimulate his potential. This was his true talent. As for the Long family members who had disappeared in the past, Chinyu did not find out any information. However, after rescuing the Long family members, he would investigate carefully. It's him again. At this moment, the dragon's soul suddenly spoke, reminding Chinyu. Chinyu tilted his head and looked over, raising his eyebrows slightly. The dragon soul had discovered the Thunderfire swordsman, Li Zhen. Chinyu sized up Li Zhen without batting an eyelid, feeling a little surprised. At this moment, Li Zhen's gaze also fell on the blood blade-wielding youth. What caught Chinyu's attention was that Li Zhen was obviously different from the surrounding martial artists who were discussing the battle. His gaze was calm, and the ancient sword that was originally on his back was now in his hand. Chinyu narrowed his eyes. From a certain perspective, Li Zhen was somewhat similar to him at this moment. Clang! The sound of a steel door being opened could be heard. In the middle of the arena, a figure appeared and floated in midair. It was a top martial god male. Following the appearance of the top martial god male, a fierce and violent aura that was several times stronger than before was emitted from the hole. In the arena, the auras of the dozen death slaves were clearly more tense, as if they were facing a great enemy. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately after, huge black shadows leaped out of the black hole and heavily smashed into the ground of the arena. They were ferocious beasts that were dozens of feet long. Their eyes were red and suffused with a bloody light. A fierce and bloodthirsty aura swept out like a hurricane. There were a total of 30 ferocious beasts, each with a cultivation of the martial ancestor realm. The cultivation of the condemned slaves was around the martial ancestor realm. Merely from the imposing manner of the ferocious beasts, one could tell that those ferocious beasts possessed overwhelming superiority. Roar, roar, roar. Those ferocious beasts let out low growls, their huge bodies constantly moving. If it weren't for the beast collar around their necks, they would have rushed out long ago. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this year's battle. The two sides of this death match are 15 condemned slaves against 30 ferocious beasts. Both sides are martial ancestor realm cultivators. However, the rules this time around will be different from before. It will no longer be a simple bet on which side will win. Instead, it will be a chaotic battle. The martial god, Realm Man, had a smile on his face as he spoke to the countless martial artists in the spectator stands. As soon as these words came out, many of the onlooking cultivators were startled, and the heated discussion became much quieter. In the arena, the expressions of the 15 condemned slaves, which were already tense, changed. In the past, as long as they survived the attacks of the ferocious beasts, they could still work together. However, in a chaotic battle, if they wanted to survive, they would have to kill everyone. That's right. As you have heard, this death match will be a chaotic battle. There will only be one winner who will be able to walk out of the arena alive. You can take a closer look at the betting odds of all the condemned slaves. As the martial god, Realm Man, finished speaking, a spiritual rune-light mirror appeared in the air, clearly displaying the odds of all the condemned slaves surviving. Chinya took a look. The odds of the young man with blood saber were average, and his ranking was not high. Many of the martial artists pondered for a moment and understood. If only one of the condemned slaves could survive, then the young man with blood saber, who was the strongest, would definitely become the target of everyone. Not only would he be attacked by the ferocious beasts, but the condemned slaves would also attack him. Dragon Soul, when the battle starts, we will split up. You and the Skeleton Ghost King will attack. The bigger the commotion, the better. I will go and save the others. Chinyu withdrew his gaze and quietly retreated to the edge of the spectator stands. Don't worry, leave it to me. Dragon Soul was eager to try. Although his cultivation was only at the 7th layer of the Wusheng realm, he had a natural superpower, so he was not afraid of ordinary martial gods. Chinyu did not notice that Li Jun had quietly approached the barrier of the arena, and his right hand was already holding the hilt of his sword. The bets are over. Then, the death match begins. The man at the martial god realm shouted loudly amidst the deafening clamor. With a cracking sound, the beast collars on the 30 ferocious beasts were immediately released. Roar, roar, roar. The roars of the ferocious beasts shook the sky. The 30 ferocious beasts emitted a ferocious aura and turned into figures that immediately charged out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as the runic chains on the 15 death slaves' feet were released, they immediately flew away in a flash. Rumble! Surges of the heavens and earth exploded in the arena, and a bloody battle immediately took place. In the blink of an eye, 3 ferocious beasts were killed, and 2 condemned slaves were eaten by the ferocious beasts. Attack! Chinyu summoned the Skeleton Ghost King with a thought. Boom! However, right at that moment, a thunderous explosion was heard. The spirit formations surrounding the battle arena immediately shattered. Accompanied by the shocking sound of a sword, a figure charged at the young man with the blood blade at an extremely fast speed. Along the way, the sword flashed, and the 3 ferocious beasts that were charging at him were beheaded before they could react. The person who had attacked was the Thunderfire swordsman, Li Jun. This guy, Chinyu was stunned. Dragon Soul, which had left the ancient dragon seal, also paused. Could Li Jun be from the Long family? Let's go. Li Jun's figure flashed and appeared beside the young man with the blood blade. He grabbed him and was about to escape. How dare you barge into the death match of the 10,000 Ghost Palace? You're courting death. The top martial god realm man reacted and roared angrily. A vast ultimacy of the heavens and earth surged toward Li Jun like a tsunami. The arena, which had been bustling with noise, immediately turned into a chaotic mess. Scram! Li Jun slashed with his sword. The 3 ultimacies of the thunder and fire sword merged and turned into a destructive sword light. The top martial god, realm's ultimacy of the heavens and earth, was immediately shattered by the sword. In just a few months, Li Zhen's cultivation had advanced to the LV9 martial god realm. His figure flashed, and he was about to charge out of the death slave arena with the young man with the blood blade. Die. However, at this moment, there was a sharp sound of the wind breaking. More than 10 pinnacle martial gods appeared, and charged toward Li Zhen in unison, their murderous intent filling the air. Boom. Although they were all top martial gods, they were still hit by Li Zhen's attack. Li Zhen was also sent flying, crashing heavily into the arena. Cracks began to spread throughout the arena. Li Zhen's sharp eyes swept across the top martial gods, who were charging toward him with murderous intent. An ancient jade talisman appeared in his hand. The ancient teleportation talisman. The leading man among the top martial gods looked at the ancient teleportation talisman in Li Zhen's hand with sharp eyes. Seal. Almost as soon as Li Zhen crushed the ancient teleportation talisman, the leading man formed a seal with both hands. In an instant, the entire Luogue city was covered by a formation that covered the sky. The entire space in Luogue city was completely sealed. How could this be? Li Zhen, who had crushed the ancient teleportation talisman, was shocked. He had dared to enter the death slave arena because he had obtained several ancient teleportation talismans. However, the ancient teleportation talisman could not be used now. Chapter 199. The famous flaming thunderbolt swordsman would risk his life to save a condemned slave of the Long family. How unexpected! The stern-looking man looked at Li Zhen coldly. I wanted to save you, but I didn't expect to drag you down with me. Li Zhen's expression turned grave when he saw that the arena was completely sealed off. Now that the myriad Ghost Palace's experts were trapped in the death slave ground, it was basically a dead end for them. He had thought that he wouldn't be able to save everyone of the Long family, but at least he would be able to save the talented young man with the blood blade. Unexpectedly, the myriad Ghost Palace seemed to have been prepared for the Long family's rescue and had sealed off the entire ancient city. Senior, who are you? The young man with the blood blade came back to his senses. He was used to life and death and had often been on the verge of death, so he didn't panic. However, he didn't know why Li Zhen would come to save him. I also want to know what's your relationship with the Long family. The stern-looking man said coldly, It's nothing. However, I was fortunate enough to receive some of the ancient dragon sovereign's inheritance. Now that I know that the sovereign's descendant is in trouble, I can't just stand by and watch. Although Li Zhen's expression was grave, his gaze toward the stern-looking man and the others became even sharper. The ancient dragon sovereign was none other than Long Hao, who had attained the monarch rank. Ancestor, the eyes of the young man with the blood blade lit up. He had been in the death slave ground since he was born. However, the Long family's past glory had been passed down by the Long family, the ancient dragon sovereign's inheritance. Capture him. The stern-looking man's expression brightened, and he immediately gave the order. No matter how many inheritances there were, the value of a sovereign's inheritance was immeasurable. Fortunately, Li Zhen had walked right into their trap. If he reached the martial progenitor realm in the future, he would be a big problem for them. Whoosh! However, at this moment, an eerie aura appeared. A peak martial god didn't even have time to react before the power of heaven and earth around him shattered. A bone blade, with faint purple ghostly patterns, pierced through his neck. It was a fatal blow. Who's there? The peak martial gods from the myriad Ghost Palace were shocked. Although it was a sneak attack, the fact that a peak martial god had been killed with a single slash was simply too shocking. The skeleton Ghost King appeared as the ghostly aura surged forth. This is a ghost soldier. Be careful, this is not an ordinary martial god realm ghost soldier. The martial gods of the myriad ghost palace were all at the peak of their cultivation. However, at this moment, they could feel a powerful pressure coming from the skeleton ghost king. This aura of the ghost Tao is actually suppressing me. The dignified man in the lead stared at the skeleton ghost king in shock. He was the strongest among them, so he could clearly feel the pressure that the skeleton ghost king was emitting. The skeleton ghost king's ghost Tao cultivation method was definitely an inheritance of the myriad ghost palace. In fact, the skeletal ghost king's ghost Tao cultivation method was even superior to theirs. Otherwise, they wouldn't have felt such pressure. Could it be that a traitor had appeared in the myriad ghost palace? Whoosh! The martial gods from the myriad ghost palace were stunned. However, the skeleton ghost king did not hesitate at all. He waved his bone saber and slashed wildly. Capture it! A cold light flashed in the dignified man's eyes as he led his men to attack the skeleton ghost king. Rumble! The ghost Tao ultimacy wreaked havoc as violent explosions resounded. The entire death slave field shook violently as countless cultivators fled in panic. More than 10 peak martial gods were fighting. If they were not careful, they could lose their lives. When Li Jun saw this, he immediately took the young man with the crimson saber and tried to escape. Where do you think you're going? The other peak martial gods of the 10,000 Ghost Palace immediately charged forward, causing the already chaotic battlefield to expand. While Li Jun and the Skeleton Ghost King were fighting the peak martial gods from the myriad Ghost Palace. Qin Yu had taken advantage of the chaos in the Death Slave field to disguise himself and sneak into the core area of the Death Slave field. After passing through the arena and the place where the men of sacrifice were traded, Qin Yu arrived at a hall filled with ghostly aura. The martial gods quickly charged out of the hall to provide reinforcements. Soul-devouring curse. When the last Earth-rank martial god passed by Qin Yu's hiding place, Qin Yu instantly sealed him and devoured his soul. After refining his soul, Qin Yu learned where the Long family was. He passed through the ghostly aura hall and entered the underground city of the Death Slave field. The underground city was huge. It was where the myriad ghost palace imprisoned the death slaves and the men of sacrifice. At a glance, one could see the death slaves and the men of sacrifice cultivating in the halls of the dilapidated houses. These cultivations were not as simple as meditation. They were bloody fights. Only those who climbed out of piles of corpses were qualified to stand in the arena. This is the place. Qin Yu calmly passed through the underground city and arrived at the palace where the Long family members were imprisoned. Less than 50 people. When the doors opened, the dragon soul's killing intent turned cold when it saw the few terrified Long family members. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Qin Yu entered the palace and moved his fingers. The talisman runes on the Long family members' feet broke. Oh no! Someone broke the Long family's talisman runes. At this moment, many figures with strong auras quickly flew over from all directions of the underground city. Withdraw. When the 3 universe rings appeared, those Long family members did not even have time to react before they were covered by a layer of tricolored light. Qin Yu put away the 3 universe rings and left the palace with a flash. What's going on? Where are the Long family members? Kill him. He must have a universe space treasure on him. The high-level martial gods and top-notch martial gods who were attacking from all directions came to their senses when they saw the empty hall. Berserk mysteries of the world exploded, shaking the entire underground city. Since you are all here, then don't even think about escaping. When the ancient space-time killing formation appeared, Qin Yu thrust his spear at lightning speed. The spear light flashed like a meteor. two high-ranked martial gods were killed on the spot under the influence of the space-time power. Pucci, Qin did not slow down. He pushed the extreme speed intent to the limit and seemed to merge with the ancient space-time killing formation. He was as fast as a ghost as he flashed through the ancient formation. Every time he appeared, a martial god would definitely die. What kind of killing formation is this? How can it be so powerful? The martial gods of the 10,000 Ghost Palace were shocked. They wanted to flee. However, in the ancient space-time killing formation, they felt like they were in a swamp. They were as slow as turtles. Die. Qin Yu was extremely ferocious. His spear moved continuously. High-ranked martial gods were no match for his spear. Peak martial gods could be killed in a few strikes. In just a few breaths, the martial gods died one after another. Lightning spear explosion. Thunder roared. Lightning crackled on the 9 darkness dragon spear and tore apart a peak martial god. The soul-devouring curse flashed and swallowed his soul. Whoosh! After killing all the martial gods, Qin Yu did not leave. His speed was shocking. He turned into a beam of light and charged into the deepest part of the underground city, toward the huge palace filled with a noble aura. According to the information he had obtained from soul-searching and soul-refining, as long as the Long family's condemned slaves reached the Wusheng realm, they would be sent to the huge palace. As for what was in the huge palace, even the peak martial gods did not know. Therefore, Qin Yu wanted to find out. Chapter 200. Bang! Shattering the palace door with a single spear strike, Qin Yu rushed in. Hoo! Streaks of astonishing auras rushed over from both sides. They were wearing pitch-black armor covered in ghostly runes. Their gazes were indifferent, and their cultivation was at the peak martial god realm. Ghost soldiers? Qin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. The ghostly patterns on the armors were similar to the ones on the skeleton Ghost King. They must have been refined using the secret method of the Myriad Ghost Palace. The only difference was that the skeleton Ghost King had already developed its own intelligence and was equivalent to a sentient being. However, those armored men were nothing more than puppets. 9 Hell's Purgatory. Pitch-black light spread out. In the blink of an eye, the ghoul soldiers attacking from both sides were enveloped by the 9 Hell's Purgatory. Azure Dragon battling the heavens. Although these puppet ghost soldiers were all at the peak of the martial god realm. But this time, Qin Yu did not use the ancient space-time killing array. Instead, he entered the Azure Dragon battling the heavens state. Wu Sheng's cultivation base had been at the 4th level of the martial god realm, but now he had directly advanced to the 4th level of the martial god realm. No matter how powerful the puppet was, it wouldn't run away. There was no need for him to use his trump card. Clang, 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 clang. In the depths of his eyes, the ghost eye of extermination flickered continuously. With incomparable accuracy, Qin Yu found the flaws on those armored puppets. The 9 Underworld's dragon spear pierced through their weak points and shattered the ghostly patterns. When the spear light pierced through, the sound of metal colliding could be heard. This voice, Qin Yu's eyes flickered as he grabbed one of the puppets with shattered ghostly runes. After carefully probing, Qin Yu found that the armored puppet's body was filled with all kinds of metal energy. This is the weapon melting technique. The dragon's soul was slightly taken aback as it recognized him. The weapon melting technique was an extremely vicious puppet secret technique. Using the body of a living person as the embryo, he continuously infused all kinds of divine weapons and treasures into it, refining it into a human-shaped weapon. The stronger one's will was, the more divine weapons they could fuse with, and the stronger they would be. Those people from the Long family who disappeared. A thought flashed through Qin Yu's mind as he watched the armored puppets being killed one by one. a condemned slave who was able to survive in the gladiator arena, naturally had a willpower that far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Could it be that the reason why the myriad ghost palace allowed the descendants of the Long family to live was to refine the melting weapon puppet? Don't you know that only the sex Holy Son can enter the melted weapon hall? Meanwhile, a peak martial god in a black robe with an eerie aura walked out of the inner hall. Chinyu followed the sound and looked over. Through the door of the inner palace, one could see many ancient ponds. Boiling steam rose from the ancient pool, and one could vaguely see figures sitting cross-legged within the boiling steam. It is indeed the weapon-dissolving technique. He deserves to die. Seeing the appearance of those ancient ponds, the killing intent in the dragon soul's eyes intensified. Chinyu waved his right hand, and all the melted soldiers on the ground were collected. "Who are you?" The black-robed martial god was startled, but he immediately reacted. "Qin, you was definitely not from the Myriad Ghost Palace. No ordinary disciple or elder would dare to enter the melted ghost weapon hall. Violating the rules of the palace would result in the death penalty. The person who will kill you." Chinyu's spear shuddered as he merged with the spear and thrust forward like a dragon emerging from the sea with a destructive aura. "Kill me? Humph! As long as a martial progenitor is not here, no one can kill me in my territory." The black-robed martial god wore a hideous grin. He formed a hand seal with his hands, and his body was covered in ancient ghost runes as a huge black shadow appeared behind him. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the next instant, ancient ghost seals shot out from the black shadow and disappeared into various parts of the palace. Immediately, the melted soldiers with terrifying auras appeared like murderers that had been released from cages. Although the melted soldiers that appeared this time were also peak martial gods. The ghost aura they emitted was obviously more shocking than the previous batch of armored puppets. The source of the powerful ghost aura was the ancient ghost seal on their foreheads. Bang! Bang! These melted soldiers seemed to be good at teamwork as they continuously pounced at Qin Yu rhythmically. Wu Sheng's cultivation is at the fourth layer martial god realm. No, since he was able to kill more than 10 melted soldiers before, he must have some secret techniques. I'd better be careful. Combine. Seeing Qin Yu fighting more than 10 melted soldiers with his cultivation of the fourth layer Wu Sheng, the black-robed martial god realm, the black-robed martial god realm cultivator was not at a disadvantage at all. The black-robed martial god changed his hand seal, and the huge black shadow behind him floated out. In the blink of an eye, all the melted soldier puppets charged into the black mist. What kind of technique is this? Qin Yu looks at the several tens melted weapon puppets and the surging black fog. He slightly narrows his eyes and looks at the black-robed man. "Dragon soul, go to the inner palace and bring the people of the Long family out." Whoosh! The dragon soul appeared and charged into the inner palace with the 3 universe rings. The moment the dragon soul appeared, the ghost eyes of destruction followed closely. "Dragon! It can't be." Seeing the mighty dragon soul, the black-robed man with a ferocious smile could not help but be stunned. Never had he ever imagined that Qin Yu would possess a true dragon on him. Where did Qin Yu come from? Oh no! However, in an instant, the black-robed man reacted and immediately chased after the dragon's soul. 9. Serenity's Purgatory. As soon as the black-robed man moved, a pitch-black light spread out as if night had fallen. A superpower? The black-robed man's body stiffened as a sense of danger rose in his heart. He immediately attacked with all his might. The ultimacy of destruction exploded as it tried to break open the purgatory space. Vaguely, a dragon's roar could be heard. The power of 9 Serenity's purgatory immediately multiplied. It was Qin Yu's azure dragon battling the heavens that had raised his strength by a large level. Defensive array. The black-robed man immediately yelled as his vision and senses were suppressed. Immediately, a terrifying aura spread out from the black shadow with surging ghost chi. The dozens of ghost soldier puppets that had gathered together had now merged into one, transforming into a giant puppet soldier that was 10 feet tall. Even though it was still in the martial god realm, the aura that the demon soldier was emitting was much stronger. It was more than 10 times scarier than the demon soldiers. Even with Qin Yu's current strength, the aura made his heart skip a beat. Qin Yu was familiar with the art of weapon melting, but it was his first time seeing the weapon melting in such a way. The heaven-suppressing ghost monarch's lineage had many rare inheritances. If these demon soldiers and demon soldiers were stronger, wouldn't they be able to fight against martial progenitors? 5 elements barrier. However, at this moment, Qin Yu was not distracted. The 5 elements intent formed an indestructible barrier with the 5 elements cycle, trapping the demon soldier within. After guessing that these demon soldiers might be from the dragon clan, Qin Yu did not continue to kill them. Chaos intent, spear intent of slaughter, lightning intent. After increasing his battle strength, Qin Yu turned into a streak of light and appeared in front of the black-robed man, who was waiting solemnly. The 9 Serenity's dragon spear pierced forward with a vast saint birth. 3 essences of heaven and earth whizzed out, causing the space to explode. Humph, so what if you can suppress my senses? As long as you attack, you won't be able to hide from me. Ghost King Heaven Suppressing Fist. Sensing that the essences of heaven and earth around him had been activated, the black-robed man's face turned cold and ferocious. Ancient ghost curses circled around his hands as he punched out fiercely. Bang! Qin Yu suffered great damage as he was slammed into the city, leaving a huge pit behind. Numerous enormous cracks, with Qin Yu as the center, spread out in all directions like a spider web. Cough, cough. Qin Yu, whose dragon scales were shattered and whose face was pale as he spat out mouthfuls of blood, dashed out from the pit with a dragon aura circling his body. Humph, you've overestimated yourself. The imperious man and the other martial gods at the death slave ground grinned after seeing Qin Yu's miserable state. He had dared to face a martial progenitor head-on. He was simply asking to die. Beast scales? Is he a beast? No, even the flesh of a beast wouldn't be able to resist it. Mo Li Huang raised his brows. It seems like he's hiding some secrets. Even though he had not used his full strength, he had not shown any mercy either. Qin Yu was actually only seriously injured and not dead. This caused Mo Li Huang to be astonished. It was reasonable to say that Qin Yu had used the skeleton demon emperor to resist his attack. However, earlier, Qin Yu had truly relied on his own strength to forcibly block his spatial laws. One had to know that with the power of his move just now, it was impossible for him to escape. It could even kill a group of peak martial gods with ease, let alone a martial god. However, Qin Yu, who had only achieved the 4th layer martial god realm with a secret technique, had done it. How could Mo Li Huang not be surprised? Bang! In the midst of his astonishment, Mo Li Huang made his move again and pointed his finger at Qin Yu. A gust of wind blew. The power of the heavens and earth that was visible to the naked eye surged in Qin Yu's direction with a destructive force. Nine Palace Battle Dragon Formation. Qinyu did not dodge the attack. He immediately performed a series of hand seals. The rift of the Luogue city was currently under the control of Mo Li Huang's control. Qinyu had nowhere to run no matter how hard he tried to dodge the attack. Bang, bang, bang. As Qinyu performed the hand seals, 9 loud explosions took place under the Luogue city. Following this, 9 directions around the Death Slave ground, giant dragons made of ghostly auras sprang into the sky and formed a mystical 9-palace killing formation. The 9 giant dragons made of ghostly auras charged at Mo Li Huang at the center of the formation. Chapter 203. He's able to set up a 9th-grade sacred formation with the help of the ghost vein? Where did he come from? Mo Li Huang, who was controlling the rules of the heavens and earth, pointed his finger at Qinyu. His eyes glittered. An ordinary sacred formation was able to resist a martial god. A 9th-grade sacred formation was indeed able to resist a martial progenitor. Besides, Qinyu had set up the formation with the help of the ghost vein under Luogue City. It was a supreme-grade ghost vein, which contained an immeasurable amount of ghost chi. A 9th-grade sacred formation with the ghost vein, as its source was not to be underestimated. If Qinyu's actual body's cultivation was a bit stronger, in that case, he might really not be able to make Qinyu stay today. However, not only did he have the skeleton ghost soldiers, he was able to set up a 9th-grade sacred formation with the help of the ghost vein. This also caused Mo Li Huang to suspect whether or not Qinyu possessed some sort of relationship with their bloodline. Bang! Bang! 2 deafening explosions took place simultaneously. Qinyu, who was unable to dodge, was struck by the force of the rules of the heavens and earth. Mo Li Huang, who was sealed by the 9 dragons, was also struck by the 9 giant dragons of ghost aura. However, the 2 were in completely different situations. Ghost chi surged around Mo Li Huang as the rules of the heavens, and earth formed a shield to protect the surroundings. No matter how hard the 9 ghost energy dragons attacked, they could not shake the law of heaven and earth shield. On the other hand, Qinyu was in a miserable state. The skeleton ghost emperor blocked the attack once again. Its ghost rune skeletons, which were already broken, were shattered into pieces and scattered across the ground. Qinyu, who had thrust his spear forward with all his might, was knocked deep into the ground. His face turned pale as he vomited blood. Not only that, the dragon scales on Qinyu's right arm had all burst open. His flesh was dripping with blood. Numerous deep bloody scars had appeared on his body. Even his bones were visible. Dragon soul. Qinyu yelled in his heart as he vomited blood after being severely injured. Earth movement art. The dragon scales on the dragon soul flickered as a unique aura was unleashed, encapsulating Qinyu's figure. Withdraw. Li Zhen and Blood Knife, who had yet to react, were sucked into the 3 universe rings. Whoosh! Qinyu's body glowed with a pale yellow light as he quickly fled underground. Since the void was sealed, he could only escape through the ground. Oh, so there's a teleportation formation underground. You've made ample preparations. In the void, Mo Li Huang, who was constantly being bombarded by the giant ghost aura dragon, seemed to have sensed something as a sneer appeared on his face. Gather! Mo Li Huang didn't waste any energy to break through the 9 palaces array. He just formed a seal with both hands and let out a low shout. The laws of heaven and earth began to surge rapidly. We'll be there soon. Deep underground, the dragon soul heaved a sigh of relief when it sensed that the underground teleportation portal was getting closer and closer. As long as they reached the location of the teleportation array, they would be able to teleport away. Although the sealing boundaries sealed the void space of Luo Ghost City, it could not spread to the underground. Boom. However, Qinyu's eyes suddenly shrank as the yellow light on his body became several times stronger as he quickly moved away. In practically an instant, the ground that Qin had entered exploded. Wave after wave of spatial laws began to rapidly spread through the air. Wherever the law power passed, the ground was annihilated. A large part of Luo Ghost City collapsed. The underground teleportation portal that Qin had prepared earlier had completely disappeared. A law clone? What's going on? The 9 Palaces Battle Dragon Array didn't seal him. The dragon soul, which had originally heaved a sigh of relief, changed its expression drastically. A law clone of a martial ancestor was different from a martial god's intent clone. In the martial god realm, basically no one would deliberately condense an intent clone, as its power was limited. However, when one reached the martial ancestor realm, the intent clone would have several times the power of the original body. It was very powerful against martial ancestors, so it was naturally more than enough to deal with martial gods. The difference in cultivation is too great. Qinyu's eyes turned serious. It did not matter how much his strength would be enhanced by executing the Azure Dragon Battle, the Heavens. However, his actual cultivation was still in the Wusheng realm, thus he had only comprehended the intent realm of the heavens and earth. With the help of the secret techniques and the heavenly slaughtering formation, he could still fight against martial gods. However, facing a martial ancestor realm cultivator, it was not as simple as the difference of 2 levels. The force of the heavens and earth was the difference in the source of power. Whoosh! Qin forcefully suppressed the injuries in his body and immediately escaped from the ground. If the underground teleportation portal was destroyed, it would be impossible for him to escape from the martial ancestor realm cultivator in his current condition. He would only be able to fight if he returned to the surface. Trying to fight with brute force? The dragon soul understood Qinyu's intention when it saw Qinyu returning to the surface. Dragon soul, don't show yourself yet. Your natal skill will come in handy later. Qinyu stopped the dragon soul when he sensed the dragon runes on its body glowing brightly. Even though Qinyu was facing a martial ancestor realm cultivator, he did not lose his cool. He was not in a desperate situation yet. The 9 Palace Battle Dragon formation and the underground teleportation portal were not the only trump cards he had prepared. As long as the plan went smoothly, it would not be a problem for him to escape. Bang! As Qinyu dashed out from the ground, a human figure sprang out from the ground and appeared in the air. Its aura was locked onto Qinyu. You have nowhere to run. Don't fight like a cornered beast. Mo Li Huang's gaze was indifferent. He looked at the heavily injured Qinyu, whose entire body was ruptured. If it weren't for the fact that he was interested in Qinyu's background, he would have killed him long ago. Whoosh! Qinyu did not waste any time. He sprang forward at lightning speed. His target was none other than Mo Li Huang. Qinyu was emitting a ferocious aura, as if he was going to sacrifice his life. Mo Li Huang raised his brows. Was he trying to fight with his life on the line? If that's the case, I'll send you on your way. Mo Li Huang groaned. The rules of the heavens and earth around him exploded, knocking the 9 giant dragons flying. Die! Mo Li Huang pointed his finger forward. Facing a martial god, he did not need to use any other means to kill them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the void, the boundless natural laws were surging. With Qinyu as the target, they frantically gathered toward him. Explode! However, at that instant, Qinyu swiftly performed a hand seal and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the seal. Rumble! Immediately, the entire Luogue city began to tremble violently, as if an earthquake or a tsunami had struck. Demonic vein? Damn it, did he just detonate the demonic vein? How did he do that? The martial gods of the 10,000 Phantom Hall, who had backed away, were astounded. They glanced at the Luogue city. Bang, bang, bang. Almost at that instant, enormous pillars of demonic aura sprang into the sky. The entire Luogue city was completely destroyed by the pillars of demonic aura. At this moment, the ceiling barrier that had sealed off the entire city was shattered into pieces. Even the natural laws that were swarming toward Qin, you were faintly being scattered by the shock waves. The sky above the Luogue city became extremely unstable, like a volcano that was about to erupt at any time. You're courting death. Mo Li Huang's eyes flickered coldly. Cultivators cultivated by absorbing the qi emitted by the spirit vein. The path of the ghost cultivators was naturally absorbing the demonic qi to cultivate. Now that the demonic vein had been destroyed by Qinyu, they could no longer cultivate here, even if they rebuilt the Luogue city. The demonic vein was rarer than the spirit vein, not to mention the supreme-grade demonic vein. A strong, murderous intent rose in Mo Li Huang's heart. Unfortunately, you won't be able to kill me. Qinyu, who was dashing forward, while covered in blood, wore a smile on his face as he rapidly performed hand seals. If Mo Li Huang couldn't see through his plan and stop him from detonating the ghost vein, then his plan would have succeeded. Chapter 204. War Dragon Sealing the Sky. As Qinyu's hands formed hand seals, in Luogue city, pillars of ghost qi soared into the sky. At this moment, they were all attracted by a strange force and gathered in the Nine Palace War Dragon formation. After the Nine Palace War Dragon formation shook violently, it condensed into a lifelike, pitch-black, ancient dragon that was 10 feet long. Not good. Mo Li Huang, who was about to kill, couldn't help but change his expression when he saw the pitch-black ancient dragon. The supreme-grade ghost vein under Luogue city could allow millions of ghost cultivators to cultivate without any worries. Now, Qinyu was actually combining the power of the entire ghost vein with the Nine Palace War Dragon formation. It was obvious how terrifying the power contained in the pitch-black ancient dragon was. Whoosh! However, Qinyu didn't give Mo Li Huang time to react. The moment the pitch-black ancient dragon condensed, he immediately pointed with both hands. The void shook as the pitch-black ancient dragon flashed across the sky and immediately bound Mo Li Huang tightly. "Break for me!" Mo Li Huang roared, and the violent laws of heaven and earth exploded continuously, causing the world to tremble. Although the pitch-black ancient dragon shook violently, it didn't collapse. Success! Qinyu's eyes lit up. Runes spread out from the formation disk in his left hand, and a teleportation array formed. Mere ant, don't even think about escaping from my hands. Secret technique. Soul split. Mo Li Huang, who was imprisoned, had a ferocious look on his face. He shouted as a wisp of soul power left his body and entered the law clone. Rumble! Immediately, that heavenly law clone charged toward Qinyu with the might of the boundless heavenly laws. Between the heaven and earth, those natural laws that had become unstable from the collision were rushing toward Qinyu one after another. Dragon Soul! The air tightened, and Qinyu felt that his body was suppressed to the point that he couldn't move. His gaze immediately became determined. The war dragon, true Yuan in his body, burned wildly, and his aura soared as he broke free from the pressure of laws. Divine power, space-time reversal. The soul that had been prepared immediately understood, and the dragon patterns on its body exploded. With Qinyu as the center, a burst of space-time energy spread out. Deep ripples appeared in the void. The speed of the attacking law avatars and law powers was greatly affected. Die! Seeing Qinyu break free from the pressure, Mo Li Huang flew into a rage. As the ghostly runes spread out, the law avatar turned into a beam of black light that shot towards Qinyu like a bolt of lightning. Ghost Eye of Extermination. Heavenly Stellar Godlight. Chinyu's expression changed. Starlight radiated from his body, and faint dragon roars of stars appeared on his forehead. The pitch-black light in his right eye exploded, destroying everything. The starry divine light in his left eye pierced through the void, tearing everything apart. The heavenly dragon divine ability that had always been concealed by Chinyu was still unleashed. The three beams of light collided in the void. There was no violent explosion, but after a stalemate, they were constantly annihilated. But soon, the outcome was decided. The Ghost Eye of Extermination and the Heavenly Stellar Divine Light were shattered by the Ghost Curse Black Light. Chinyu did not reveal the slightest bit of surprise toward this. The Ghost Eye of Extermination and the Heavenly Stellar Divine Light were indeed very powerful, but his cultivation was too low, so he couldn't unleash their true power. Skeleton Ghost King. However, with this momentary confrontation, the teleportation array in Chinyu's palm was completed. Seeing the Ghost Curse Black Light, Chinyu blocked the Skeleton Ghost King in front of him. Boom! After a violent explosion, the Skeleton Ghost King exploded into pieces. When the violent law powers dissipated, Chinyu and the Skeleton Ghost King's soul had disappeared. Bastard! A violent aura that seemed to want to destroy the world soared into the sky. The hearts of the countless cultivators that had escaped from Luoguwei City trembled. It was Mo Lihuang who had finally broken free from the heavenly dragon sealing technique. Looking at the ruins of Luoguwei City, Mo Lihuang's face was as ugly as it could be. A mere cultivator of the Wusheng realm had managed to escape when he had personally taken action. It was a great humiliation. Even if he crushed Chinyu's bones and scattered his ashes, he still wouldn't be able to wash it away. Elder Mo. At this moment, the martial gods of the 10,000 Ghost Palace finally came over carefully. They did not dare to get close to the terrifying aftermath of the battle between Chinyu and Mo Lihuang. Inform everyone, even if we have to turn the entire 100 martial realm upside down, we must. Mo Lihuang, who was suppressing his anger, suddenly stopped talking as he stared at a certain spot. Elder Mo? The hearts of the martial god realm elders skipped a beat. Could it be that Elder Mo was injured in the battle? Whoosh! Mo Lihuang ignored them. With a flicker, he landed somewhere in the ruins of Luoguei City. Could this be? Mo Lihuang's hands trembled as he pulled out more than 10 pieces of broken bones from the ruins. These broken bones were surrounded by purple ghostly runes, which were automatically absorbing the ghostly chi in the air. It was the remains of the Skeleton Ghost King after it had been destroyed. It's really the life ghostly runes of the first saint and the seventh saint. Mo Lihuang was extremely excited. His entire body was trembling. No wonder he felt familiar with the Skeleton Ghost King. The Skeleton Ghost King's remains contained the life ghostly runes of the two saints. So, where did that kid see the first saint and the seventh saint? Yes, he must have seen them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten the life ghostly runes of the two saints. Maybe he even has the ancient immortal token. The more Mo Lihuang thought about it, the more excited he became. The two saints he mentioned were naturally Sun Yu, who had created the 10,000 Ghost Palace, and the first disciple who had hunted him down. Mo Lihuang had been sent to the 100 Martial Realm. Apart from being in charge of the 10,000 Ghost Palace, he had another mission. It was to find information about Sun Yu and the seventh saint, Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian's personal disciples. Unfortunately, Sun Yu had mysteriously disappeared for hundreds of years after being hunted down by the first saint. Mo Lihuang had never found any clues about Sun Yu and the first saint. However, he didn't expect Qin Yu to appear out of nowhere. The Skeleton Ghost King he had with him had the life ghostly runes of Sun Yu and the seventh saint. Mo Li Huang didn't care about the lives of the two saints. However, the ancient immortal token was an important treasure of the ghost Emperor Zhen Tian. The ghost Emperor Zhen Tian, who had been in seclusion for hundreds of years, had only come out once to offer a reward for the ancient immortal token. Anyone who obtained the ancient immortal token could become his personal disciple. Thinking of this, Mo Li Huang's eyes burned with passion. His blood was boiling. Apart from being excited, Mo Li Huang was also annoyed. If he had sensed that the skeleton ghost king had the life ghostly runes of the two saints, he wouldn't have been so careless as to fall into Qin Yu's trap. I'll go back to the 10,000 Ghost Palace. Send someone to clean up this place. Mo Li Huang spread out his senses and collected all the bones of the skeleton ghost king. Elder Mo, that person might not have escaped far. Don't you need us to track him down? The martial gods of the 10,000 Ghost Palace couldn't help but ask, why did Mo Li Huang's attitude change so drastically in the blink of an eye? You don't have to be responsible for tracking him down. Mo Li Huang said, and flew into the sky. Since Qin Yu had prepared a transportation formation, it wouldn't be easy to find him. However, the 10,000 Ghost Palace had developed in the 100 martial realm for hundreds of years. They weren't weak. As long as Qin Yu wasn't dead, they would be able to rescue him no matter how deep he hid himself. One's appearance could be disguised, but it was impossible to completely erase the intent of heaven and earth divine abilities' secret techniques, and so on. As long as there was a trace, they would be able to find Qin Yu. Chapter 205. What does Elder Mo mean? The martial gods of the myriad ghost palace were confused when they saw Mo Li Huang disappear in the blink of an eye. The people of the Long clan had been rescued, the weapon melting pool had been destroyed, and the supreme-grade ghost vein had been detonated. Not only had the myriad ghost palace lost their reputation, they had suffered a great loss too, and Elder Mo had left just like that. Damn it, Li Zhen and that guy. I must find them and make them regret living. The imperious martial god wore an unpleasant expression as he stared at the Luogue city that had turned into ruins. The Luogue city was one of the most important locations in the Earth Spirit Zone. Otherwise, there would not be a martial progenitor realm expert guarding it. However, it had been completely destroyed by Qin Yu, who had appeared out of nowhere. The imperious man's murderous intent was unimaginable. Whoosh! At that instant, a blue glow appeared out of nowhere and sprang forward at lightning speed. The imperious man was struck by the blue glow before he could react, causing his soul to be extracted. A hunchbacked figure appeared in the sky above the Luogue city. It was an old man in a gray robe with only one left arm. His entire body emitted a lifeless aura. Who's there? The peak martial gods of the myriad ghost palace were shocked upon seeing this, who immediately made their moves. Unfortunately, the one-armed old man held the cyan light in his hand, took a step forward, and instantly disappeared. Such speed! The martial gods of the myriad ghost palace were astounded. Not only had the old man extracted the soul of a peak martial god with a single move, he had also disappeared in an instant despite being surrounded by so many of them. The strength of the one-armed old man was too shocking. Could he be a martial progenitor, realm expert? Meanwhile, in an ancient stone palace, over 10,000 li away from the Luogue city, the one-armed old man who had just appeared in the Luogue city was currently sitting at the center of the palace. In front of him was an ancient copper mirror. The soul of the peak martial god was currently sealed inside the copper mirror. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Then, the one-armed old man struck the bronze mirror with a series of ancient green seals. The copper mirror began to vibrate before emitting an obscure glow. In the next moment, a series of images appeared on the bronze plate. Those scenes were from the beginning of the Skeleton Ghost King to the end of Qin Yu's battle with Moli Huang and his escape. Azure Dragon battling the heavens, heaven-devouring dragon seal, celestial slaughter formation, the killing intent of the gods. Seeing Qin Yu's secret skill in the bronze mirror, the one-armed old man's murky eyes lit up like stars. Sure enough, it's the primordial battle dragon secret skill, and the immortal extermination formation. 100 Martial Realm, Heavenly Scar region, in a desolate mountain with few people, in the depths of the barren mountains, in a hidden valley, a teleportation mark spread out, and a figure was teleported out. That person was Qin Yu, who was covered in blood and had a weak aura. I've finally escaped. Inside the divine dragon ancient seal, the chaotic dragon soul heaved a sigh of relief, feeling like it had just survived a calamity. At the last moment, the dragon soul had unleashed space-time reversal. With his current cultivation, he had to use it to unleash his potential. If he hadn't successfully condensed his dragon body, it wouldn't have been as simple as just injuring his source energy. However, to be able to escape from a martial ancestor with such a small price was already a great fortune. Qin Yu also let out a deep breath, but he didn't relax like the dragon soul. Although the Heavenly Scar region wasn't under the control of the Myriad Ghost Palace anymore. But the Myriad Ghost Palace's influence had definitely infiltrated the Heavenly Scar region. Li Jun and the youth with the crimson blade appeared as the 3 universe rings appeared. You've escaped. Li Jun, who was on high alert, relaxed a little when he saw the quiet valley. What's your name? Qin Yu, who was recovering from his injuries, looked at the youth with the crimson blade, who was still holding onto his saber. Excluding those who had been refined into weapons, there were less than 50 members of the Long family left. The youth with the crimson blade was the one with the best talent among them. Long Zhan, thank you, senior, for saving my life. The youth with the crimson blade stabbed his saber into the ground as he kowtowed to Qin Yu. His eyes were filled with tears. He knew that if it wasn't for Qin Yu, he wouldn't have been able to escape from the death slave field, even with Li Zhan's help. More importantly, Qin Yu had rescued all of the Long clan's clansmen. To Long Zhan, this was more important than him being saved. Get up, Qin Yu said faintly. Why did you save the members of the Long family? Aren't you afraid of implicating the 100 Beast Palace? Li Zhan looks at Qin Yu in bewilderment. He had seen Qin Yu before and knew that Qin Yu had a close relationship with the 100 Beast Palace. But he didn't believe that Qin Yu had saved the members of the Long family because of the 100 Beast Palace. The 100 Beast Palace's influence in the 100 Martial Realm could be considered strong. But compared to the Myriad Ghost Palace, which was filled with experts, the difference wasn't just 1 or 2 levels. Any top force in the 100 Martial Realm could easily suppress a mid-tier force. I saved the members of the Long family for the same reason as you. I once had a relationship with Long Hao. As for the 100 Beast Palace, you can see that I have nothing to do with them after seeing my disguise. Qin Yu said faintly. He knew that Li Jun had received Long Hao's inheritance from the Skeleton Ghost King. If one were to seriously consider it, Li Jun could be considered his grand disciple. Long Hao. Li Jun raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Yu strangely. He had received the inheritance of the ancient dragon sovereign, so he naturally knew the ancient dragon sovereign's name. But one had to know that whether it was in the heavenly region or the 3 imperial realms. When the sovereign was mentioned, it was the title of the sovereign. No one would call him by his name unless he was a sovereign of the same generation. Qin, you actually called the ancient dragon sovereign by his name in such a casual tone. Where did this guy come from? Although we have escaped from Luo Shao City, the Myriad Ghost Palace will definitely not let this go. Do you have a safe place to settle the members of the Long family? Qin Yu did not pay attention to Li Zhen's expression. The Qianquan space of the 3 Qianquan rings could accommodate living people, but they could not live in it forever. Since Li Zhen had prepared an ancient teleportation talisman, he must have made preparations. If that was the case, Qin Yu did not need to waste time arranging a location. After all, he had just arrived in the 100 Martial Realm and was not very clear about the distribution of forces in the 100 Martial Realm. Let's go. Li Zhen's expression became serious. Indeed, the myriad ghost palace had lost a lot of face after the commotion caused by him and Qin Yu. They would definitely not let this go. Now, they had to immediately leave the myriad ghost palace's territory. Li Zhen immediately took out another ancient teleportation talisman. After crushing the ancient teleportation talisman, a black hole appeared in the void and enveloped the 3 of them. They disappeared in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A vast expanse of yellow sand whistled through the sky. In the middle of heaven and earth, there was a stone pagoda 10,000 feet tall. At the top of the ancient pagoda, an ancient altar lit up. Then 3 figures were teleported out. This place, at the moment of teleportation, Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul's expressions changed slightly. They could sense some of Long Hao's aura in this ancient pagoda. This is a shattered continent. This ancient pagoda is the place where the ancient dragon sovereign cultivated in seclusion. I obtained the sovereign's inheritance here. Li Zhen activated the ancient pagoda's restriction and led Qin Yu and Long Zhan into the pagoda. After entering the ancient pagoda, the scene before their eyes changed. They appeared in a world filled with birds and fragrant flowers. Sumeru World, Chapter 206, A Venerable Sovereign Seal. That's safe enough. In the Sumeru realm, on the grassland, Qin Yu felt relieved as he examined the sealing power between heaven and earth. Qin Yu knew very well how strong the Venerable Sovereign Seal was. Even if the people of the myriad ghost palace came to this broken continent, they would not be able to find this Sumeru realm. If Fairy Shualan had not deliberately torn space and left an entrance to the blood mist devil stream, it would not have been possible. On the heavenly dragon continent, it would have been impossible to find the blood mist devil stream. Under Li Zhen's lead, Qin Yu and Long Zhan came to an ancient stone hall. There was a stone statue in the stone hall, and there were 3 mighty auras. That stone statue was shockingly Long Hao's appearance. This kid still looks the same after so many years. Looking at the stone statue, Qin Yu felt a little emotional. This stone statue contained the aura of a venerable sovereign. It should have been left behind by Long Hao after he became a venerable sovereign. However, Long Hao's appearance did not change much from when he was young. He was still dressed in white and carried a long spear, but his aura was much more domineering. This is the venerable ancient dragon. Li Zhen walked up to the stone statue with a respectful expression and bowed solemnly. Ancestor! Long Zhan, who had heard all kinds of legends about Long Hao, could not help but kneel on the ground. The blood in his body was vibrating uncontrollably at this moment, as if something was about to rush out of his body. After Long Zhan kowtowed, Qin Yu's mind moved, and the Long family members all appeared in the stone hall in the 3 layers of the universe ring. Could this be the legendary weapon fusion technique? When he saw the 19 ancient pawns, Li Zhen's eyes narrowed. After a while, he spoke with uncertainty. He had traveled through the 7 great martial realms and had seen all kinds of secret techniques for refining puppets. However, he had only heard of the weapon fusion technique that could refine a living person into a human-shaped weapon. Even among the evil cultivators, such a secret skill was rare. Second brother, father, Long Zhan, and the other Long family members were even more furious. They wanted to rush up, but they were stopped by Qin Yu. These are the states after the weapon is completely fused. After Chinyu slightly nodded, those several tens of sealed smelting armament puppets also appeared. It has completely lost its intelligence. After Li Jun sensed it carefully, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Senior, I beg you. Long Zhan was grieved and anxious, and he immediately kowtowed heavily to Chinyu again. I know what you want to say. Unfortunately, once the weapon fusion technique starts, it cannot be stopped. Chinyu interrupted Long Zhan and said, Could it be that my second brother and the others can only wait for death? Long Zhan's face turned deathly pale. The other members of the Long family also became even more sorrowful. It's not like they can only wait for death. If they continue to fuse their soldiers, they still have a chance to live. Chinyu said, Continue the smelting? Li Shun was stunned. Long Zhan and the others were even more confused. Whoosh! Chinyu flicked his finger. A light seal entered the space between Long Zhan's eyebrows. That light seal contained the weapon fusion technique that he had obtained from the Soul Search. According to the intelligence of the Myriad Ghost Palace, the true weapon fusion technique was originally a body refining ability in ancient times. Using one's own body as an embryo, one could continuously fuse with weapons to reach an immortal state. However, the ancient times were too long ago, and the true weapon fusion technique had been passed down until now. No one knew about it. As a result, the weapon smelting technique gradually became an evil technique to smelt others into puppets. However, there was also a secret about the true weapon fusion technique recorded in the weapon fusion technique. It was said that as long as one cultivated while enduring the pain of the weapon fusion, it was possible to refine the ancient weapon fusion body. However, it was very dangerous to do so. Now, these 19 people were not only relying on the ancient pool's array to maintain their lives. It was also because that formation had sealed their souls, causing them to be unable to kill themselves. They could only endure the pain of smelting weapons that was worse than death. Once they were released from the array, they might collapse immediately. You know the situation now. You can discuss it with your clansmen. Looking at the struggling Long Zhan, Chinyu did not say much. He walked to a certain place in the stone hall and sat down cross-legged. Although Chinyu did not suffer any fatal injuries in the Battle of Luogue City, his body's condition was not optimistic. This time, there was no dragon blood, so he could not use the flesh rebirth secret technique. He could only use spiritual pills to heal his injuries. In the future, I'm afraid I can't easily use Azure Dragon battling the heavens. The dragon soul in the dragon god, Ancient Seal, said, as it healed its injuries. Yes, I have to think of a way to improve my strength in other aspects. Chinyu also knew that although he had successfully rescued the Long family this time, the repercussions were also great. He had completely exposed all his methods in this battle. He had to restrain himself in the future. The Myriad Ghost Palace and the others might not be able to see through his disguise. However, the profound of heaven and earth, secret techniques, divine abilities, and so on were all obvious characteristics. If he used them in front of others in the future, it was very likely that the Myriad Ghost Palace would find out. With his current strength, he was definitely unable to fight against the entire Myriad Ghost Palace. And if he could not use these trump cards, Chinyu's combat strength would be greatly reduced. I've sensed before, in the 100 Martial Realm, apart from the clues of the ancestral dragon in the demon races, Saint Seal, there is no dragon race. The dragon's soul said, for Chinyu, refining the dragon race had always been the fastest way to improve his strength. Even if Chinyu's goal in this life was to establish the strongest physical body foundation, the path of refining the dragon blood would not be affected at all. The most obvious point was that in the Battle of Luogue City, if Chinyu had enough dragon blood, he would be able to use many forbidden techniques. In that case, he would be able to use a lot more forbidden techniques. He would not end up in such a dangerous situation at all. One had to know that if it was not for the fact that there was a top-grade dragon vein under Luogué City, it would be impossible for Qin Yu to temporarily seal the martial ancestor realm with a formation. After I recover from my injuries, I can only borrow the power of the 100-Beast Palace to investigate the other martial realms and see if there are any dragon race. Thoughts flashed through Qin Yu's mind. He naturally had to use his identity as the Pill Saint when it was necessary. 2 days later, Qin Yu's ruptured flesh gradually recovered. Long Zhan and the other members of the Long family also made a decision. They would let the 19 members of the Long family walk the path of ancient weapon refinement. One side had a chance of survival, while the other side was completely waiting for death. Long Zhan and the others who came out of the life and death slave field naturally knew that in the current situation they could only seek survival in death. Qin Yu made a move and used a secret technique to let Long Zhan and the others communicate with the 19 members of the Long family. After that, Qin Yu set up an innate spirit gathering formation to gather a huge amount of spirit qi, and then dispersed the ancient pool formation. Puff, 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 puff. However, the moment they escaped the suppression of the formation, 12 of the 19 members of the Long family could not withstand the pain of the weapon refinement and self-destructed, although Long Zhan and the others were saddened by the outcome. Seeing that 7 of them had survived, they still had some hope in their hearts. Half a month later, Qin Yu's injuries had completely recovered. He did not stay in the Sumeru realm for long and planned to return to the 100-Beast Palace. Before leaving, Qin Yu taught Long Zhan and the others the martial art that he had taught Long Hao in the past. Not only that, Qin Yu had also left the countless resources that he had obtained from killing martial gods in the Long family. The cultivation of the weapon refinement art required countless godly weapons. Therefore, apart from a sacred spear, Qin Yu did not keep any sacred weapons. In a way, the disaster that the Long family and the others had suffered was caused by him. These were considered as compensation to the Long family. Chapter 207. Seeing Qin Yu take out countless cultivation resources, Li Zhen was shocked. Even he was extremely tempted by these cultivation resources. Yet, Qin Yu didn't even blink an eye and left it to the Long clan. This made him feel even more strongly that there was some sort of close relationship between Qin Yu and the Long family. After settling the Long family, Qin Yu left the Sumeru realm. 10 days later, Qin Yu left the Shattered Continent and returned to the 100 Martial Realm. During his time in the Sumeru realm, Qin Yu had not only recovered from his injuries, but his cultivation had also reached the 6th level of Wusheng realm. His comprehension of the 5 wills of heaven and earth had also broken through to the 3rd level. 7 days later, in a restaurant in the Qingfeng domain, Qin Yu drank wine while inquiring about the major events that had happened in the 100 Martial Realm. Without a doubt, the battle of the Myriad Ghost Palace and Luogué City was the hottest topic in the 100 Martial Realm. Despite the presence of a martial progenitor realm expert in their own territory, the troublemaker had managed to escape from them. Countless martial artists in Luogué City had witnessed the battle that day. The Myriad Ghost Palace could not suppress them. This news had shocked the entire 100 Martial Realm. Countless forces paid close attention to the details of the battle. Li Zhen's name as the Thunderflame swordsman had become famous. Countless people were looking for him. Of course, countless forces were more concerned about Qin Yu, whose origin they could not find. Qin Yu had fought against a martial ancestor and escaped with his strength of the martial god realm. Such a battle record had never appeared in the history of the 100 Martial Realm. However, what made Qin Yu feel strange was that the Myriad Ghost Palace's reaction was not as strong as he had expected. It was just a simple reward notice. It did not seem like the attitude of a top force at all. This also caused countless factions to guess whether the person who had wreaked havoc in Luogue City also had a great background. All kinds of rumors flew in the 100 Martial realm. Qin was calmly drinking his wine. Countless thoughts were flashing through his mind. The Myriad Ghost Palace had no reason to let him go. Even if they did not know his identity, they would still investigate. Now that they were acting so strangely, there must be something strange. Could it be that he deliberately released fake news to confuse them? After pondering for a long time, Qin temporarily put aside the matter of the Myriad Ghost Palace. No matter what, since the Myriad Ghost Palace did not make a big move, it meant that they had not discovered his identity. However, when Qin watched the other major events of the 100 Martial realm, his eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. 2 months ago, for some unknown reason, the Snow Marquis Estate and Sky Crane Valley joined forces to attack the 100 Beast Palace. The 100 Beast Palace, the Snow Marquis residence, and the Sky Crane Valley did not exist in the same region. However, the regions where the three of them were located were also extremely close to each other, so there was no lack of friction between them. The Sky Crane Valley and the 100 Beast Palace of the three great factions were sworn enemies. This was because there were many inheritances in the Sky Crane Valley that were related to the Spirit Beast Dao. Therefore, Sky Crane Valley and 100 Beast Palace had a blood feud that spanned several generations. It wasn't surprising that a war would break out between the two forces. However, the Snow Marquis residents, which had always maintained a neutral stance, had actually joined forces with the Sky Crane Valley to deal with the 100 Beast Palace. This caused many people to be at a loss. Could it be related to God Burying Ridge? The three great factions wouldn't have suddenly broken out into a war that had lasted for several months. The only thing Qin could think of was the 20-peak martial gods that had tried to kill them back at God Burying Ridge. After sitting in the restaurant for a while, Qin stood up and left. The Clear Wind region was 12 regions away from the Tianyuan region. 10 days later, Qin, who had been flying at an extremely fast speed, encountered a pursuit before he even reached the region of the three great factions. There were 5 low-level martial god realm demonic cultivators and 17 low-level martial god realm martial artists chasing after them. Qin looked at them for a while and recognized them. They were from the 100 Beast Palace and Sky Crane Valley. Sky Crane Valley clearly had the absolute advantage, but they did not kill him. It was as if they planned to capture him alive. Looking at the powerful beast phantoms that appeared around the martial gods of Sky Crane Valley, it was obvious that they had walked the Spirit Beast Dao. The scope of the war has already spread beyond the three great factions. Seeing that the 5 from the 100 Beast Palace were stalled and had nowhere to run, Qin reverted to his original appearance and used the Earth Escape technique to escape underground. Damn it! The injuries of the 5 from the 100 Beast Palace who had revealed their beast forms worsened under the continuous attacks. Ha ha ha! You have nowhere to run. You should just surrender obediently. Arrogant laughter sounded. It was the laughter of Sky Crane Valley and the other martial gods. They were confident that victory was in their hands. You want to imprison our beast souls? Dream on. Determination appeared in the eyes of the 5 from the 100 Beast Palace as their auras grew stronger. Rather than having their beast souls restrained by the Sky Crane Valley, they would rather die a quick death. Be careful of their self-destruction. When Sky Crane Valley and the other martial gods sensed the auras of the 5 from the 100 Beast Palace, they immediately took out ancient talismans. Bang! 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 Just as Sky Crane Valley and the others were about to take out the ancient talismans, the ground suddenly exploded. 5 huge pillars of light soared into the sky and turned into a huge formation, sealing the people of Sky Crane Valley and 100 Beast Palace within. Baleful aura? Is this a Saint Grade formation? The baleful earth demon slaying formation? The martial gods from Sky Crane Valley were shocked when they sensed the baleful aura from the huge formation. Who is it? They lowered their heads and looked at the ground that had exploded. It was obvious that the baleful earth demon slaying formation had locked onto them. Could they be reinforcements from the 100 Beast Palace? Whoosh! A figure soared into the sky and charged into the baleful earth demon, slaying formation from the dust filled with baleful aura. Elder Qin. When they saw Qin Yu, the 5 from the 100 Beast Palace were stunned before they were overjoyed. They had thought that the news of Qin Yu's appearance was a trap set up by Sky Crane Valley. They had not expected Qin Yu to actually appear here. Isn't this the kid that the Snow Marquee residents wanted to kill? The news is true. The 100 Beast Palace is very concerned about this kid. Wait, what did they call him? Elder Qin? How could a mere Wu Sheng be an elder of the 100 Beast Palace? I see, he's a Saint Grade formation master. The 100 Beast Palace was considered powerful among the mid-tier factions. It was impossible for a mere Wu Sheng to become an elder. However, if Qin Yu had achieved the Saint Grade in the Formation Rune Dao, the situation would be completely different. Kill him. The martial gods from Sky Crane Valley collected their thoughts and unleashed a strong murderous intent. They were all martial gods, and they knew the value of a Saint Grade formation master. It was no wonder that the experts of the 100 Beast Palace had taken the bait when they had spread the news of Qin Yu's appearance. Demon slaying. Qin Yu stood in the sky and pointed his finger. A strong, baleful earth chi gathered and turned into baleful earth finger seals that pierced through the sky. Poof, 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 poof. In an instant, the martial gods from Sky Crane Valley, who were charging at Qin Yu, were penetrated by the baleful earth finger seals. Even though they were wearing Saint Grade armors, they were unable to defend themselves. How powerful! The 5 from the 100 Beast Palace who were about to lend a hand were dumbfounded, although they knew that Qin Yu's true strength was enough to kill an ordinary martial god with ease. However, they were still astonished when they saw it with their own eyes. Under Qin Yu's command, the gap between martial gods and martial saints that was as large as a natural moat did not seem to exist. Qin Yu's expression remained the same. Since he could not use the secret skill of the Battle Dragon or the Sky Destroyer formation easily. In that case, the only place where Qin Yu could increase his strength was the formation arrays of the spiritual array discs. Chapter 208. After all of the heavenly Crane Valley's martial gods were killed, with an intention of Qin Yu, the formation array disappeared. Elder Qin. The 5 elders of the 100 Beast Palace immediately flew over with a respectful attitude. Initially, Qin Yu's identity as a pill saint was only enough to earn their respect. However, the terrifying strength that he had displayed earlier was enough to make them feel fearful. He had killed 17 martial gods in an instant. His strength was comparable to a top martial god. Although it could be said that Qin Yu was only able to accomplish this by borrowing the power of the formation array, this still caused them to be even more astonished. Qin Yu was the pill saint and formation saint. It would be difficult to find a second person with such talent in the 7 martial realms. Why are you all here? Seeing the 5 beasts' weak auras, Qin Yu flicked his finger and 2 bottles of pills appeared. Thank you, Elder Qin. Actually, we're here because we've received news that you've been here a few days ago, so we're here to look for you. The 5 beasts were overjoyed after receiving the pills. They immediately consumed the pills and refined them. The elixirs that Qin Yu took out were all high-level saint-level elixirs. After all, Qin Yu's cultivation had reached the 5th layer of Wusheng realm. Compared to when he was in the Tianyuan continent, there was a huge difference in his strength. Naturally, Qin Yu's pill refining skills had improved rapidly. Looking for me? I only passed by here today. Qin Yu was slightly startled. It seemed like he had underestimated his status as a pill saint in the 100 Beast Palace. It's indeed a trap. I wonder how Elder Ming and the others are doing. The 5 beasts of the 100 Beast Palace wore unpleasant expressions when they heard this. As a matter of fact, when they were ambushed by the Sky Crane Valley, they already knew the information was false. What's going on? Qin Yu had wanted to return to the 100 Beast Palace as soon as possible. Now that he knew the battle was related to him, he could not just stand by and watch. Before his cultivation recovered, he had to cultivate under the protection of the 100 Beast Palace. Soon, Qin Yu came to a realization from the mouths of those 5 monstrous beasts. 10 days ago, when Qin Yu was still in the light wind domain, the 100 Beast Palace received news that Qin Yu was here. Even though the 100 Beast Palace didn't know whether the news was true or not, they still secretly sent people over after receiving the news. In the end, he did not expect that he would fall into the trap of Sky Crane Valley and Snow Marquee Estate. Fortunately, the 100 Beast Palace was prepared for this. They fled into their stronghold here, Guiyuan City. Only by borrowing the power of the city could they withstand the attacks of Sky Crane Valley and Snow Marquee residents. As it was an ambush beforehand, Sky Crane Valley and Snow Marquee residents could be said to be well prepared. Even though the 100 Beast Palace and the others hid in Guiyuan City, they still sealed off the surrounding void. The 100 Beast Palace and the others were unable to send any reinforcements back. That was why he risked his life and sent 5 low-level martial gods back to the 100 Beast Palace to ask for reinforcements. In the end, they were still caught up by Sky Crane Valley's group. If not for Qin Yu's sudden appearance, the 5 of them would have been hard-pressed to escape with their lives. Elder Qin, now that the pursuers have all been killed, let's hurry back to the palace. The 5 martial gods from the beast tribe quickly said to Qin Yu after they had refined the spiritual pills and recovered from their injuries. No, go back to the palace and ask for help. I'll make a trip to Guiyuan City. Qin, you said, as he shook his head, you're going to Guiyuan City? Aren't we walking right into a trap? The 5 martial gods from the beast tribe were shocked. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. You should go back first, said Qin Yu. With a flash of his body, he flew toward the distant sky. Let's go. The 5 martial gods exchanged glances. Without hesitation, they immediately flew in the direction of the 100 Beast Palace. The strength that Qin Yu had just displayed was comparable to a peak martial god. He was also a sacred inscription master. If Qin Yu went to help, it would be of great help to the elders of Guiyuan City. Whoosh! 4 hours later, Qin Yu, who had increased his speed with the extreme speed intent, appeared at the top of a mountain. Standing on the mountain, he could see an ancient city in the southwest direction. The ancient city was not very big. It was covered by a dense barrier of talismans. The barrier was a defensive formation. Any city of a certain size would have a large defensive formation. Outside the defensive formation, more than half of the land was covered by a ring of fire. The space within a few thousand miles of Guiyuan City was confined by the ring of fire. Qin Yu put away the map in his hand. He executed the earth-burrowing technique and quietly approached Guiyuan City. Currently, on the city wall of Guiyuan City, 10 figures stood there. They were all peak martial gods at the 7th or 8th level. The elder leading the group had dark eyes. He was the peak martial god from the dark underworld cat clan. Elder Ming, more and more reinforcements from the Sky Crane Valley and the Snow Marquee Mansion are coming. I'm not sure if the 5 elders that we sent out can return to the palace safely. We have to make other plans. A peak martial god with dark green eyes said to the old man from the dark underworld cat tribe, "The space around Gui Yuan City has been sealed off. The teleportation formation and sound-conducting talismans can't be used. We have no other choice but to defend the city." Ming Tongtian's eyes were stern. His aura was chaotic. He had tried his best to escort the 5 people away. However, he had been attacked by 3 peak martial gods from the Sky Crane Valley. He had almost died from the injuries. However, the Sky Crane Valley and the Snow Marquee Mansion knew to use Elder Chin's whereabouts as bait. Could it be that Elder Chin has fallen into their hands? A man with green eyes and green tattoos on his face said sternly, the 100-Beast Palace had always kept Chinyu's identity as the pills sacred a secret. Only martial gods knew about it. It was impossible for the Sky Crane Valley and the others to know about Chinyu's identity so quickly. Ming Tongtian's expression changed when he heard the words. If that was the case, it would be a great loss to the 100-Beast Palace. Boom, boom, boom. However, at that instant, a series of explosions took place continuously. Soon after, he saw that on the enormous fiery array that covered the sky and covered the sun, huge cracks spread across the formation before it exploded. An incomparably violent destructive shockwave swept through the void. Wherever it passed, the earth cracked. What's going on? Why is the formation broken? I don't know. Go and take a look. The experts of the Sky Crane Valley and the Snow Marquee Mansion, who were discussing the attack outside Gui Yuan City, were shocked. No one knew what had happened. What happened? Are reinforcements here? I don't sense any demonic aura. The top martial gods of the 100-Beast Palace on the walls of Gui Yuan City immediately sensed something and discussed among themselves. Go and see if the teleportation formation can be used. Ming Tongtian immediately ordered one of the top martial gods when he saw the fiery formation disappear. No, the teleportation formation and the sound-conducting talisman can't be used. A moment later, the top martial god returned to the city walls. Is this space still affected by the seal? Ming Tongtian turned his head and looked into the distance. His gaze deepened when he saw the Sky Crane Valley and the Snow Marquee Mansion's martial artists in a mess. Could this be a trap set by the Sky Crane Valley and the Snow Marquee Mansion to lure them out? Boom. However, at that moment, the rune formation outside the city shook violently. Following this, the ground exploded and 5 figures rushed out. It was Chinyu who had come using the earth escape technique. Behind Chinyu were 4 top martial gods. Chinyu had wanted to use the earth escape technique to enter the city. However, he did not sense that the Sky Crane Valley and the Snow Marquee Mansion's troops were lying in ambush. Is that Chinyu? Ming Tongtian was stunned. When he saw Chinyu, he came to his senses and immediately rushed out of the city. Chapter 209. It's him? Is he the one who broke the barrier? Crap, the people of the 100-Beast Palace are coming out. Retreat. Seeing Ming Tongtian and the others rushing out of the city walls. Those 4 peak martial gods that were chasing after Chinyu to kill him all retreated. They would be in danger if they were held back by the 10 outside the Guardian formation of Gui Yuan City. Elder Chin, why are you here? Ming Tongtian and the others immediately led Chinyu into Gui Yuan City and sized up Chinyu. After seeing that Chinyu was safe and sound, they all felt a lot more relieved. At the very least, it was fortunate that Chinyu had not fallen into the hands of the Sky Crane Valley and the Snow Marquee residents. I bumped into the 5 elders on my way here, so I came over. Chinyu glanced at Ming Tongtian and the others. His initial plan was to keep them in the universe ring and bring them out with the Earth escape technique. However, he did not expect the enemy to have 4 people who were proficient in the Earth element ultimacy. Qin Yu had comprehended the 5 elements' intent, so he could use the Earth escape technique with a secret technique. However, in terms of speed, his current cultivation was no match for those who had comprehended the Earth element ultimacy, unless he entered the state of the Azure Dragon battle and improved his cultivation by a whole level. However, that would be the same as exposing the Azure Dragon battle, which was not worth it. What? Ming Tong Tian and the others were stunned. Qin Yu had barged in on his own? Let's not talk about this for now. Elder Ming, I sense that 20 peak martial gods and over 50 peak martial gods from the Sky Crane Valley and the Snow Marquee residents have gathered here. It seems like they are about to attack. I don't think the Guardian formation can stop them. Do you have any countermeasures? Qin Yu did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. 20 peak martial gods and 50 peak martial gods? Ming Tong Tian and the others straightened their faces. The information was 4 to 5 times more than what they had sensed. With such battle prowess, if he were to attack with all his might, just as Qin Yu had said, the great city protecting Array alone would not be able to hold on for long. Once the great city barrier array was broken, their situation would become extremely dangerous. It seems like you don't have a good countermeasure. Since that's the case, why don't you listen to my suggestion? Qin Yu said. When Ming Tong Tian and the others heard this, their gazes converged onto Qin Yu. Although Qin Yu's cultivation had improved at an astonishing rate compared to when he had first entered the 100-Beast Palace, Qin Yu's cultivation had improved at an astonishing rate. However, it was only Wu Sheng's 6th stage. Even if he had the means to fight against a martial god, he would not be able to resolve the crisis before him. Could it be that you were the one who caused the barrier to suddenly collapse? Suddenly, Ming Tong Tian seemed to have thought of something, and his expression shook. That's right. If my plan goes smoothly, not only will I be able to get out of this predicament, I might even be able to catch all of them in one fell swoop. A smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. With a flip of his right hand, several formation flags appeared in his hand. Holy level formation flag. Ming Tong Tian's eyes grew brighter. Could it be that not only was Qin Yu a pill saint, but his formation Dao had also reached the sacred level? Meanwhile, outside Gui Yuan City, you said that the one who snuck into Gui Yuan City is that kid. The eyes of a muscular man who was 2 zhang tall and wearing heavy armor flickered coldly. He was the strongest among the dozen peak martial gods of the Snow Marquee Mansion. It must be him, said a thin and small peak martial god from the 4 martial gods that had chased after Qin Yu. It seems like the information is true. I don't know why the 100-Beast Palace is so concerned about that kid. The muscular man in armor grinned hideously. No matter why the 100-Beast Palace was so concerned about Qin Yu was going to die today. Are you sure that only one person has snuck into Gui Yuan City? On the side of Sky Crane Valley, a man in a purple robe frowned slightly. Indeed, only one person has used the Earth tunneling secret technique to get close to Gui Yuan City. The elder of Sky Crane Valley, who had comprehended the Earth element ultimacy, said. That means a strange light flashed through the eyes of the man in the purple robe. Brother Bai, is there something wrong? The muscular man in armor flew over when he saw the strange look on the man in the purple robe. I suspect that the kid is the one who destroyed the fire source spirit formation. The man in the purple robe did not hide his guess and said, That kid? How is that possible? The muscular man in armor shook his head when he heard that. The Sky Crane Valley did not know Qin Yu well, but the Snow Marquee Mansion knew him well. Although Chinyu's talent was shocking, he was only 17 years old. The Fire Source Spirit Formation was a rank 7 spirit formation. How could Chinyu possibly break it? We've searched the area within 1,000 miles. Apart from that kid, we didn't find any trace of anyone else. If he didn't do it, why would the Fire Source Spirit Formation suddenly shatter? The man in the purple robe said, "If it's really him, then it makes sense why the 100 Beast Palace is so concerned about him and why the Outer Elder, Hongming, is dead." The skinny martial god said, "With the power of a saint-level formation, it was possible for Wu Sheng to kill a martial god." The muscular man in armor still did not believe it. A 17-year-old saint-level formation master. Such a thing had never happened in the history of the 100 Martial Realm. However, soon a ruthless look appeared in the muscular man's eyes. It did not matter if Chinyu was a saint-level formation master or not. He had to die today. He would rather let the people from the 100 Beast Palace go than let Chinyu live. Since the reinforcements are here, let's do it. The man in the purple robe smiled coldly when he saw the martial gods gathering. There were 20 peak martial gods and more than 50 peak martial gods. Such a battle force was enough to kill the people from the 100 Beast Palace. Let's go. After the discussion, the peak martial gods from the Sky Crane Valley and the 100 Beast Palace immediately flew toward Guiyuan City. Apart from the 70 people, there were more than 10 peak martial gods around Guiyuan City. The peak martial gods were holding formation flags in their hands. They were scattered and working together to set up a formation. However, when they got close to Guiyuan City, the man in the purple robe, the muscular man in armor, and the others were stunned. The 10 people from the 100 Beast Palace, who were supposed to be guarding the city wall and controlling the city defense formation, were nowhere to be seen. What was going on? Although the Fire Source Formation had been destroyed, there was still a formation outside Guiyuan City. No matter where the 10 people from the 100 Beast Palace ran, they should not have been able to escape. Could they be hiding in the city? However, if that was the case, they would be giving up Guiyuan City. It was no different from waiting for death. Such a strange situation made the people from the Sky Crane Valley and the Snow Marquee Mansion not dare to act rashly. No matter what they are doing, let's break the city defense formation first. The man in the purple robe and the muscular man in armor looked at each other and waved their hands to give the order. Bang! Bang! Immediately, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. When the 10 peak martial gods attacked with their full strength, the city defense formation in Guiyuan City immediately became unstable. It seemed like it would collapse at any time. Countless martial artists in Guiyuan City turned pale and trembled. To them, whose cultivation was below Wu Sheng's, this battle was an unexpected disaster. Who would have thought that a small city like Guiyuan City would become one of the battlegrounds of the 3 mid-tier forces? Bang! Finally, after a few thousand attacks, the runes on the city defense formation shattered. Guiyuan City was completely defenseless in front of the dozens of murderous martial gods. Chapter 210. As soon as the protective barrier was broken, the purple-clad man and the armored man immediately focused their senses to sense the situation in the city. They had thought that the people of the 100 Beast Palace were not on the city walls to confuse them. However, now that the protective barrier was broken, the people of the 100 Beast Palace did not appear. This caused them to feel even more baffled. They disappeared? Did they conceal their auras and hide? After sensing for a while, and not sensing the auras of the 10 people of the 100 Beast Palace, the purple-clad man and the armored man hesitated. The reaction of the people of the 100 Beast Palace was too strange. They had actually given up the protective barrier, just like that. Seal off the surroundings first. Don't let anyone out of the city. After a while, the purple-clothed man's cold gaze swept across the city. He coldly ordered the low-rank martial practitioners who had terrified expressions on their faces. The 50 or so peak martial gods immediately suppressed the sky above Guiyuan City. The profoundness of heaven and earth surged and sealed off the entire city. "Let's go." The purple-clad man, the muscular man, and the other 20 peak martial gods flew into the city. Although they did not know what the people of the 100-Beast Palace were planning, they were still in the city, but without a doubt, they were still in Guiyuan City. As long as they were in the city, they would not be able to escape. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong wind with a baleful aura soared into the sky and swept through the entire Guiyuan City. A formation? The peak martial gods who sealed off the city were shocked when they sensed the terrifying, murderous intent in the baleful aura. Don't panic. It's a grade 5 sacred rank formation, the Earth Fiend Demon Slaying Formation. The purple-clad man said in a deep voice after taking a closer look. The Earth Fiend Demon Slaying Formation was only a grade 5 sacred rank formation. It did not pose much of a threat to peak martial gods like them. However, in the next moment, billowing black baleful aura spread out and blocked their vision. Even though it was right before them, they could not see it clearly. It's merely baleful aura. Disperse. The purple-clad man shouted loudly. The profoundness of heaven and earth shook as he tried to disperse the baleful aura. However, the strange thing was that the baleful aura did not seem to exist. It continued to surge in the air as the profoundness of heaven and earth wreaked havoc. This baleful aura is an illusion. Before the purple-clad man could react, the armored man's eyes suddenly narrowed. There was an illusion formation hidden in the Earth Fiend Demon Slaying Formation that even they could not see through. The armored man had no choice but to believe that Qinyu might really be a sacred rank formation master. After all, 100-Beast Palace had a sacred rank formation master. There was no reason for them. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Right at this moment, countless chaotic and ear-splitting sounds of wind breaking rang out from within the pitch-black, fiendish fog. Streaks of destructive energy shot toward Yi Shiwen like tens of thousands of arrows. Whoosh! Although the power of the baleful aura was astonishing, it had appeared suddenly. However, the 20 people from Sky Crane Valley and Snow Marquee Mansion were all peak martial gods. As the power of heaven and earth Upanishad vibrated violently, the murderous energies that were attacking him were shattered. Whoosh! 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 Martial! Whoosh! Whoosh! Martial! 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 Martial Palace Sacred Rank. Martial! 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 Whoosh! Suddenly, a black light flashed through the billowing baleful aura. One of the peak martial gods was sent flying before he could react. The intent of heaven and earth around him shattered. He was severely injured. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, a ferocious aura the size of a fist struck the peak martial god at lightning speed. Whoosh! Blood and flesh exploded. The injured peak martial god died on the spot. Be careful! It's the dark Nethercat race's innate ability, the dark shadow phantom art. Let's move together. The purple-clad man's eyes twitched when he sensed that a peak martial god had died. His face was filled with killing intent. The dead martial god was an elder of their Sky Crane Valley. How can a 5th grade sacred rank earth fiend demon slaying formation be so powerful? The armored man was also shocked. He had thought that they would win the battle easily. However, they had lost a peak martial god instead. Ming Tong Tian had comprehended the dark shadow phantom art. his battle prowess would increase greatly in such an environment. However, what had killed the peak martial god was the power of the earth fiend demon slaying formation. Although he had only sensed it for a moment, the power of the 2 bolts of baleful aura was terrifying. It was more than 10 times more terrifying than the baleful aura now. Such power was not something a 5th-grade sacred array should have. At this moment, the 9 elders of 100 Beast Palace stood in 9 different positions in Guiyuan City, with formation flags in their hands. At the center of the 9 of them was Qinyu, whose palm was covered with formation inscriptions. Did it really work? Ming Tongtian appeared beside Qinyu with a flash of black light. To be honest, before Qinyu had suggested this risky plan, Ming Tongtian had not believed it. However, at that moment, he felt incomparable admiration for Qinyu. Qinyu's attainments in formations were not something that ordinary sacred rank array masters could compare to. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill enemies of a higher level than him as easily as drinking water. Elder Ming, the 4 of them have formed a group and are moving together. Qinyu transmitted his voice and sent a wisp of soul power into Ming Tongtian's body. This allowed Ming Tongtian to clearly sense the location and reaction of the people of Sky, Crane Valley, and Snow Marquee residents. Ha! I will let them know that numbers are useless against me in the darkness. Ming Tongtian revealed a hideous smile. The 100 Beast Palace had lost 3 peak martial gods and more than 10 peak martial gods in this ambush. Now, it was time to take revenge. Swoosh! Ming Tongtian's figure shook slightly and disappeared like a ghost. Even Qinyu, who was in control of the entire formation, could not keep up with Ming Tongtian's shocking speed. It seemed that the dark Nether King Beast's bloodline power in Ming Tongtian's body was extraordinary. Bam! 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 Under Ming Tongtian's unpredictable attacks, the man in purple and the burly man in armor could only take a beating. In the continuous attacks, another 3 peak martial gods were killed by the Earth Fiend Demon slaying formation. No, we have to break this illusory formation and the Earth Fiend Demon slaying formation first. The man in purple had an extremely gloomy expression. Compared to Snow Marquee residents, Ming Tongtian's hatred for Sky Crane Valley was stronger. Of the 4 people who had died, 3 were from Sky Crane Valley. The Earth Fiend Demon slaying formation is set up by the Earth Fiend Vein. As long as we find the Earth Fiend Vein, the formation will break. The man in armor also had a gloomy expression. They could not see through the illusory formation, so they could only think of a way to break the Earth Fiend Demon slaying formation. If things continue to develop like this, it was likely that all of them would not be able to escape this calamity. Go down! Immediately, the purple-clothed man ordered everyone to gather together and quickly descended from the sky. Change the formation. Qin, you shouted as the chaotic intent spread out from his body. The formation flags in the hands of the 9 peak martial gods of 100 Beast Palace glowed. They stepped forward and formed a 9-star formation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The formation runes trembled, and the fiendish mist shook. The man in purple and the others felt their heads turn heavy. What just happened? The burly man in armor frowned, unable to react. That's not right. Why haven't they charged into the city? The man in purple's expression could not help but change. With their cultivation, they could cover a distance of 10,000 feet in an instant at full speed. Normally, they should have entered the city long ago. But now, they were still in the sky. Chapter 211. Was that teleportation? No, this space is still disrupted. The teleportation formation can't be used at all. The armored man sized up the earthly fiend demon, slaying formation that was filled with fiendish mist, his expression uncertain. There were other formations in the Earthen Fiend Demon Slaying formation apart from an illusion formation. 3 linked formations? Even an ordinary saint-level array pattern master wouldn't be able to achieve such a level of array formation. Something's wrong. Let's retreat from the formation first. The purple-robed man reacted and immediately gave the order to retreat without hesitation. Since the defensive formation had been broken, they had plenty of ways to deal with the 100-beast palace. However, if they were to continue to be trapped in the formation, they would be the ones to suffer the calamity of death. Since you've come in, stay. Chinyu revealed a cold smile when he sensed that the Sky Crane Valley and Snow Marquee residents wanted to escape. His hand seals changed, and ripples appeared in the void. Those ripples were imperceptible, but they penetrated deep into the void. What's going on? The purple-robed man and the others who had flown away suddenly felt the void become incomparably thick. It felt as if the void had become an endless swamp, and they were trapped in it. What kind of power is this? The purple-robed man and the armored man's expressions changed drastically as an ominous feeling rose in their hearts. As expected, the 100-beast palace had abandoned the defensive formation and lured them into the city. It was a trap. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the Earthen Fiend Demon Slaying Formation's Earthen Fiend Demon Slaying Formation violently attacked them like a meteor shower. Bam, bam, bam. Although their movements were restricted, the purple-robed man and the others' reactions weren't slow at all. The might of a saint-level artifact exploded, and the terrifying mysteries of heaven and earth suppressed, shattering all the Earthen Fiend Demon Slaying Formation. Boom. But suddenly, an Earthen Fiend dragon thousands of feet long formed and soared into the sky. Like a tornado, it slammed into the purple-robed man and the others. Immediately, the 16 people from the purple-clothed man's group were scattered in all directions. Puff, puff, puff. A streak of black light followed closely behind the Earthen Fiend dragon. It was as fast as lightning as it flickered in the void. It was Ming Tongtian, who had appeared using the dark shadow phantom art. Every time Ming Tongtian dodged, one of the 16 people who had been scattered would be killed. Under the dual influence of the power of space and time, and the concept of chaos, the purple shirt man and the others could not even unleash half of their peak martial god realm cultivation. But not only was Ming Tongtian unaffected, he was even stronger than when he was in his peak state. Of the two, one was extremely weakening, while the other was constantly increasing. It was easy to imagine how big the gap was. In the blink of an eye, 9 of the 16 men in purple had been killed by Ming Tongtian. Damn it, what kind of power is this? The purple-robed man and the armored man were infuriated. They both attacked, and the profound of heaven and earth moved violently. Unfortunately, they were still unable to break through the space-time energy and the realm of chaos. Puff, puff. While the purple-clothed man and the others were resisting, Ming Tongtian had already killed another 2 peak martial gods. At this time, Qin Yu silently flew into the air. The Earth Fiend Demon Slaying Formation condensed, and the power of the formation multiplied. Soul-devouring curse. Qin Yu's heart moved. A strange soul seal exploded from the baleful mist without any warning and entered the purple-robed man's body. As his soul shook, the purple-robed man's eyes became dazed for a moment. Ming Tongtian naturally would not let go of this opportunity. He tore through the air like a bolt of lightning and killed the purple-robed man, one of the strongest. This scene caused the armored man and the others to be horrified. They felt like they were about to be wiped out. Not good. At this time, the armored man felt a chill run through his body as a feeling of extreme danger rose in his heart. Whoosh! At almost the same time, A soul seal appeared from the baleful mist behind him. Whoosh! Ming Tong Tian turned into a streak of black light and flashed through the baleful mist. His target was the armored man. Explode! At this moment of life and death, the armored man's eyes turned scarlet red as he roared. A deafening explosion sounded out as a destructive shockwave swept out, causing the entire Gui Yuan city to shake violently. As for the other four peak martial gods, their injuries were not light. Qin Yu and Ming Tong Tian seized the opportunity to kill them. He escaped. Ming Tong Tian charged out of the baleful earth demon slaying formation and looked at a high-ranked martial god who was sealing off the cultivators in the city. Whoosh! Ming Tong Tian was about to give chase when the high-ranked martial god's vital energy exploded. He executed some kind of secret technique, and with a flash, he immediately flew a few hundred feet away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Qin Yu's eyes flickered as he looked at the high-level martial god who had taken over the body and disappeared. He had not expected the armored man's soul to leave his body when he self-destructed. Fortunately, he had only used the chaotic intent, the soul-devouring curse, and the dragon soul's superpower in this battle. Even if these methods were leaked, there would be no problem. After all, the dragon soul had only affected space this time. It had not used any superpower like time reversal. Kill all the peak martial gods of the Sky Crane Valley, and the Snow Marquis residents died. Ming Tong Tian and the 9 peak martial gods immediately charged at the martial gods of the Sky Crane Valley and the Snow Marquis residents. Since all the peak martial gods had died, the martial gods did not dare to stay any longer. They all fled. Whoosh! 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 It did not take long for Ming Tong Tian and the others to return to Gui Yuan City. Since the danger had been resolved, the most important thing now was to leave immediately. The teleportation formation still can't be used? No wonder there are still people hiding in ambush. Ming Tong Tian and the others frowned when they arrived at the teleportation formation. There must be a treasure around Gui Yuan City that can interfere with space ripples. Qin Yu had already gone to search for it, but he did not find anything. It seems like we can only fly back. Ming Tong Tian did not hesitate. After sending out a voice transmission talisman, he immediately flew away from Gui Yuan City with Qin Yu. The cultivators of Gui Yuan City did not dare to stay any longer when they saw this. They all left in the blink of an eye. Not long after Qin Yu and the others left, a large group of martial gods with strong murderous intent arrived at Gui Yuan City. They were the pursuers of the Sky Crane Valley and the Snow Marquis residents. After them, after executing a secret technique, the group of martial gods accurately chased after Qin Yu and the others. 3 days later, Qin Yu and the others did not encounter any trouble along the way. They successfully returned to the Tianyuan region, where the 100 Beast Palace was located. Bang! However, when they arrived at the border of the Tianyuan region and were about to relax, a magnificent aura descended from the sky. This is Ming Tong Tian, and the others were astounded when they sensed the destructive aura. Without a doubt, there was only one possibility for peak martial gods like them to feel such a terrifying pressure. Martial progenitor realm. Qin Yu's expression gradually became stern. The aura did not belong to the beast tribe. It clearly did not belong to the martial progenitor realm of the 100 Beast Palace. Humph, do you think you can still return to the 100 Beast Palace alive after killing so many people of my Sky Crane Valley? A calm voice sounded, and a cloud of mist floated over, condensing into a human figure. It was a tall man in a blue robe with an extraordinary aura. Chapter 212. Why would a martial progenitor be here? Ming Tong Tian, and the others wore pale faces. Their eyes were filled with despair. The difference between the peak martial god realm and the martial progenitor realm was only a slight difference, but the difference between their strength was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. The man in a blue robe was simply standing there, yet the pressure he was emitting was enough to immobilize them. This is going to be troublesome. The dragon spirit inside the ancient dragon seal wore a stern look. Previously at Luogué City, Qin Yu was able to resist Mo Li Huang, who was a second-layer martial progenitor. The reason being that Qin Yu had detonated the entire supreme-grade ghost vein in Luogué City into the formation. However, Qin Yu could only rely on himself to resist the martial progenitor realm cultivator. More importantly, even if Qin Yu were to be able to successfully escape, he would still be able to expose his hidden abilities. If that happened, he would be in even greater trouble. First-layer martial progenitor realm. Qin Yu glanced at the man in a blue robe as a thought crossed his mind. Even if Qin Yu had a teleportation formation ready, he would not be able to escape from a martial progenitor realm cultivator. During the battle at Luogué City, even though Qin Yu had trapped Mo Li Huang, the man still had ways to attack him. Even though the man in a blue robe only possessed a first-layer martial progenitor realm cultivation, he was even more troublesome than Mo Li Huang. The reason being that Qin Yu had no way of trapping him. Elder Qin will hold him back. You should take the chance to escape. Ming Tong Tian glanced at Qin Yu and transmitted his voice using a secret technique. The other 9 peak martial gods wore determined looks too. It was obvious that they were aware of Ming Tongtian's decision. They were the top elders of the 100-Beast Palace. They knew how terrifying a martial progenitor realm cultivator was. Even though Qin Yu was a sacred formation master, he was no different than an ant in the eyes of a martial progenitor realm cultivator. Instead of letting everyone die here, it was better to protect Qin Yu and help him escape. Qin Yu's cultivation was only in the Wusheng realm. Perhaps the man in a blue robe would not be too worried about Qin Yu. That way, Qin Yu would still have a chance of survival. The martial ancestor realm is not something that can be stopped by numbers alone. Qin Yu shook his head slightly. The worldly laws could easily suppress the profound meanings of heaven and earth. The two were not on the same level, Ming Tong Tian, and the others had completely underestimated the martial progenitor realm. If it was that easy to stall a martial progenitor. When he was in Luogué City, Qin Yu didn't have many backup plans, but he still almost couldn't escape. In this situation, if Ming Tong Tian and the others cooperated with him and fought with all their strength, there might be some hope. However, if they split up, none of them would be able to escape. Although the hope is very slim, we still have to fight to the death. Elder Qin, if you can successfully return to the palace, I hope that in the future you can take care of our clan members. After Ming Tong Tian transmitted his voice using his secret technique, the demonic aura around him surged as he transformed into his demonic form. A dark nether cat that was about 10 feet tall and covered in black demonic patterns appeared in the air. The 9 top elders also revealed their demonic forms and stood in the air, their demonic aura shaking the heavens. You know that you can't escape this calamity, so you fought to the death. You have some backbone. The man in a blue robe wore a calm expression. A peak martial god, 9 top martial gods, and a Wusheng. He could easily crush them with his hands. Do it! A deafening roar took place as Ming Tong Tian charged forward with a shocking demonic aura. Qin Yu was about to make his move when his expression suddenly changed. I'll be taking the beast spirit. The man in a blue robe tapped his finger, causing the rift to tremble as the rules of the heavens and earth surged like a tsunami. Bang! The attacks from Ming Tong Tian and the others were instantly shattered. leaving them with serious injuries. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The man in a blue robe's figure flickered as he was about to retrieve the beast spirit. Several formation flags descended from the sky. At that instant, a chaotic 5 elements formation over 100 zhang wide encapsulated the man in a blue robe. A sacred formation? The man in a blue robe raised his brows as he sensed the chaotic 5 elements formation. He glanced at Qin Yu in astonishment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, the teleportation formation beneath Qin Yu's feet was activated. Trying to run? Forbidden heaven and earth. The man in a blue robe's eyes turned cold as the laws of the heavens and earth instantly covered the area. Boom! A thunderous sound suddenly reverberated through the rift. Ming Tong Tian and the other souls were severely injured as they bled from their 7 orifices, their faces pale. Bang! Qin Yu was also attacked. His aura fluctuated as he spat out blood. The teleportation formation was also affected. It turned into a pillar of light that shot into the sky and disappeared. This kid. The man in a blue robe was even more astonished. Even Ming Tong Tian, who was a peak martial god, had been severely injured or even killed by his attack. However, Qin Yu was only slightly injured. Whoosh! The azure dragon in Qin Yu's body dissipated as his true yuan swept through the air and brought back the unconscious Ming Tong Tian and the others. Among the 10, 5 had already lost their souls. Ming Tong Tian and the other 4 also had weak soul power. Even if they were peak martial gods, their souls would always be their weakness. If the physical body was severely injured, it could be healed with pills. However, if the soul dissipated, it would be too late. What's wrong? Are you thinking of saving them? The man in a blue robe looked down at Qin Yu with an indifferent gaze. I am indeed planning to do that. Qin Yu wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and smiled gently. Let's see what you're capable of. The man in a blue robe's figure flashed as he charged at Qin Yu with earth-shaking laws of the heavens and earth. Boom! However, right at this moment, they encountered a huge black light in the distant horizon, which suddenly bombarded them. Martial progenitor? Someone from the 100 Beast Palace? The man in a blue robe's expression turned serious. He formed hand seals and changed his attack. He gathered the laws of the heavens and earth and attacked the black light. If he continued to attack Qin Yu, he would definitely suffer a destructive attack. Rumble! The laws of the heavens and earth clashed. The impact was so strong that the mountains below collapsed. What's going on? The rift here is sealed. They shouldn't be able to sense the presence of the beast aura, right? The man in a blue robe frowned when he saw the 3 martial progenitors of the 100 Beast Palace in the distance. He had purposely set up an ambush here, as he had made ample preparations. Could it be the teleportation formation? The man in a blue robe suddenly recalled the teleportation beam that Qin Yu had fired into the sky. By the time he turned around to look, Qin Yu had already brought Ming Tong Tian and the others and rapidly flew away. Who exactly is that kid? The man in a blue robe stared at Qin Yu with a cold flicker in his eyes. The insignificant Wu Sheng's realm that he had not paid any attention to had disrupted his plan. Could it be that the Snow Marquis's mansion was determined to kill him not only because of their personal grudge? The man in a blue robe cast a cold glance at Qin Yu before he swiftly fled into the distance. Since the 100 Beast Palace had sent 3 martial progenitors, it was impossible for him to kill Qin Yu and his crew. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Meanwhile, the 3 martial progenitors of the 100 Beast Palace quickly teleported and appeared in front of Qin Yu. Among the 3 martial progenitors, 2 were first-layer martial progenitors, and one was second-layer martial progenitor. The second-layer martial progenitor was none other than the single-horned young man from the 100-Beast Palace. Hai Qianjia, my soul is severely injured. The situation is extremely dangerous. Return to the palace at once. Hai Qianjia briefly sensed the condition of Ming Tongtian and the others before he immediately returned without hesitation. Under the guidance of the martial progenitor, they returned to the 100-Beast Palace in half an hour. Chapter 213. 100-Beast Palace, Beast King Palace. Elders, is there anything else you'd like to ask? Qin Yu glanced at Hai Qianjia and the other two martial progenitors calmly. After returning to the 100-Beast Palace, Hai Qianjia and the other two martial progenitors had asked him about his disappearance from the God-Burying Ridge. After all, the 100-Beast Palace was interested in the fact that he had managed to escape from 9 peak martial gods. However, Qin Yu had already come up with an excuse. He had accidentally triggered the forbidding aura of the mystical ground and entered an ancient palace where he had obtained many fortunate encounters, allowing his cultivation to reach the 6th-layer Wusheng realm. As for why his formation runes had also reached the sacred level, it was even simpler. It was not strange for his alchemy Tao to reach the sacred level and his formation runes to reach the sacred level. Elder Qin, don't overthink it. We don't mean anything by asking so many questions. Hai Qianjia and the other two martial progenitors did not probe any further. Qin Yu had achieved the sacred level in both alchemy Tao and formation runes. Thus the 100-Beast Palace would benefit greatly. Of course, their status would also be different from before. If that's the case, I have a request that I hope the 3 elders can agree to. Qin Yu said with a smile. Please go ahead. Hai Qianjia said. I believe you've already investigated my background. I'm sure you're aware of the conflict between me and the Snow Marquee Palace. Therefore, I hope you can bring my people to the 100-Beast Palace. If the 100-Beast Palace, the Sky Crane Valley, and the Snow Marquee Palace did not have a battle, Qin Yu was not worried since there was a martial god guarding the 10,000 Beast Sea. However, even a martial progenitor was involved in the battle between the 3 great factions. The 10,000 Beast Sea only had a martial god, thus it was no longer safe. Of course, there was another important reason, which was the battle at Guiyuan City. One of the 20-peak martial gods had managed to escape. Once the news about him being a sacred level formation master was exposed, the Snow Marquee Palace's attitude toward him would change. Just in case, it was better to bring his parents and the Qin clan to the 100-Beast Palace. All right, I'll send someone over. Hai Qianjia naturally agreed to it. If Qin Yu's clansmen came to the 100-Beast Palace, it would be very beneficial to their relationship with Qin Yu. Sorry to trouble you. Qin Yu nodded and inquired about the condition of Ming Tongtian and the others. Ming Tongtian and the other 4 had suffered severe injuries to their souls. Although they hadn't been annihilated, they were still unconscious. Qin Yu thought for a moment, then refined several extremely precious sacred pills for Ming Tongtian and the others. In addition to those sane elixirs, Qin Yu had also refined several 9 transformation blood spirit pills. Ming Tongtian and the other 4 all had the bloodline of the demon race. If their bloodline awakened, it might stimulate the recovery of their souls. Hai Qianjia and the others were shocked when they saw the divine elixir that Qin Yu had refined. Qin Yu's current alchemy standards were already gradually approaching high-level alchemy saints. One must know that high-level pill sages were capable of refining sacred pills that were even useful to martial progenitors. As a result, their attitude toward Qin Yu became even friendlier. After finishing his alchemy, Qin Yu closed the door and declined the guests. From the battle at Luogui City to the ambush at Sky Crane Valley, The 2 times that Qin encountered a martial ancestor, it was due to luck that he was able to escape. If he didn't have the supreme-grade ghost vein at Luogue City, this time, Hai Tianjia and the others had not happened to fly past the area. If that was the case, Qin would have to pay a great price if he wanted to escape successfully. Dragon Soul, how many times faster can you control the flow of time? With a thought, Qin summoned the ancient seal of the mystical dragon before him. Following this, the ancient seal of the mystical dragon glowed and absorbed Qin into the vast space of the ancient seal. 5 times at most. The dragon runes on the dragon soul glowed as a strong space-time force spread out. Although he had comprehended the rules of space-time, his cultivation was only in the Wusheng realm, thus he could not fully utilize the space-time force. 5 times, that's enough. 5 times faster time flow was equivalent to cultivating in the ancient seal of the mystical dragon for 5 days, while only 1 day had passed outside. This was the true power of the rules of space-time. The space-time force was similar to the force of reincarnation, one of the most mysterious forces in the heavens and earth. At the peak of the dragon soul's strength, the flow of time could reach 100 times faster. Techniques, such as reversing the flow of time, could even affect the sky martial realm. It was said that if one fully comprehended the rules of space-time, they could even go back in time and travel to the future. As for whether it was true or not, no one could prove it. In the history of the Qing region, there had been countless authorities. However, no one had heard of anyone who had fully comprehended the rules of space-time. Ancient battle dragon art. Qin sat with his legs crossed while absorbing the dragon qi to cultivate, while comprehending the 5 intents. While Qin was cultivating, a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Only 6 days had passed in the outside world. In the past few days, the 100 Beast Palace, the Sky Crane Valley, and the Snow Marquee residents had sent more than 10 martial progenitor realm experts to battle. The battle had turned half of the sky martial realm into an ancient battlefield, destroying everything in its path. However, after the battles between the 3 great factions gradually calmed down. Although the 3 sects were still holding a grudge against one another, it had not reached the point where one of them had to die. They knew that if the battle continued, it would only exhaust each other's strength. As a result, the middle-tier factions nearby would benefit from the battle. Therefore, after the battle, the 3 sects decided to withdraw their forces. However, although the battle had ended on the surface, the situation was still turbulent in the dark in a secret chamber in the Snow Marquee residence. A martial god, realm man, sat with his legs crossed while performing a hand seal. 2 streams of soul force were clearly entangled with one another on his body. In the end, the 2 streams of soul force merged into one, leaving only a single stream of soul force. Damn it, the 100 Beast Palace, and that little piece of shit. The martial god realm man's eyes sprang open as he uttered a furious roar with a ferocious expression. The man was none other than the bulky man in the armor who had managed to escape from Guiyuan City by possessing someone else's body. Although he managed to escape with his life, his cultivation could no longer return to the peak martial god realm. From the looks of it, your soul power is still a level higher. An indifferent voice appeared out of nowhere as several figures appeared in the secret chamber. "Greetings, Elder." The bulky man in the armor immediately withdrew the resentment on his face and knelt down on one knee, bowing respectfully. He knew that possessing someone else's body was a great taboo and was never tolerated by the Marquis residents. "You said that you discovered the reason why the 100 Beast Palace values that brat from the Qin clan. Tell us about it." The martial ancestors looked at the bulky man in the armor indifferently. "That little piece of shit is a Saint rank array inscription master, one that can set up a triple array formation." The bulky man in the armor said coldly, a triple array formation inscription master. Are you sure? The martial progenitors were startled. Originally, with their status, they did not know about Chinyu. However, during the pursuit at God-Burying Ridge, the 100-Beast Palace had actually dispatched a martial ancestor for Chinyu, causing a war between the three sections. They could not help but be surprised by Chinyu. Unfortunately, after some investigation, they discovered that Chinyu's identity in the 100-Beast Palace was actually kept a secret. If it was as the bulky man in the armor said, that he was a Saint Rank Array inscription master, then it made sense. A 17-year-old Saint Rank Array inscription master. If it were their Snow Marquee residents, they would definitely focus on nurturing him. There's no mistake. We were all killed because we fell into his triple array formation. The bulky man in the armor gnashed his teeth. Bang! Suddenly, the laws of the world descended, and the bulky man in the armor was restrained. Chapter 214. He's telling the truth. A moment later, the martial progenitor released his grip on the bulky man and said, "A 17-year-old sacred formation master. Could it be that there's a great formation master supporting him?" A skinny martial progenitor mumbled to himself. It was reasonable for him to think so. Even in the three monarch realms, it was rare for a 17-year-old formation master to appear. They would find it hard to believe that there was no one supporting Chinyu behind his back. It doesn't matter who is supporting him, we can't let him grow. A black-robed ancient sword martial progenitor said coldly with a murderous aura. They were not afraid of ordinary formation masters. However, Chinyu was able to set up 3 sacred formations. If nothing went wrong, he would surely become an advanced formation sacred. The influence of an advanced formation sacred was on par with an advanced pill sacred. When the time came, many martial progenitor realm rogue cultivators or middle-tier factions would be recruited by the 100-Beast Palace. Such a pity, now that he has returned to the 100-Beast Palace. It'll be difficult to get rid of him. The martial progenitor felt regretful. If they had known about Chinyu's whereabouts earlier, they would not have allowed Chinyu to return to the 100-Beast Palace. Not necessarily. Have you forgotten the heavenly dragon continent? The skinny martial progenitor wore a cold grin. According to the information they had, Chinyu's parents and clansmen were in the heavenly dragon continent. It seems like we'll have to discuss this with the Sky Crane Valley. I believe they won't want to see an advanced formation sacred in the 100-Beast Palace. The martial progenitor's eyes flickered as he spoke. If they could use the heavenly dragon continent to lure Chinyu out, the 100-Beast Palace would not just stand by and watch. It was a great plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone for them and the Sky Crane Valley. Meanwhile, in a pitch-black ancient palace covered in curses, a figure knelt respectfully on the ground. The person was none other than one of the branch leaders of the heavenly demon sect, who had pursued Chinyu, previously the scholar. More than 10 figures stood on both sides of the palace. Their cultivations were the same as the scholar's peak martial god realm. The person who snatched the Saint Seal has returned to the 100-Beast Palace. On the main seat of the ancient palace, there was a person who was covered in a black robe. Although that person had concealed his appearance, the aura he was emitting was undoubtedly that of a martial ancestor. Yes, that weak scholar was terrified. His Saint Seal had been stolen, which was a great crime punishable by death. Our sect master is still in seclusion. Even if we gather all the protectors, we still won't be able to fight against the 100-Beast Palace. The black-robed man muttered to himself. Protector Gue, the spies of the Snow Marquee Mansion have reported that the martial progenitor experts of the Snow Marquee Mansion and the Sky Crane Valley have been meeting frequently in the past 2 days. They seem to be planning something. The weak-looking scholar quickly added, "Martial progenitors? Could it be that the two sects want to start another war?" The black-robed man fell into deep thought. For a mid-tier faction, martial progenitor realm experts would not be dispatched unless it was something serious. Since the Sky Crane Valley and the Snow Marquise Mansion had sent out their martial progenitor experts, it was most likely that they were targeting the 100 Beast Palace. Send someone to keep an eye on the Snow Marquise Mansion and the Sky Crane Valley. Report back as soon as they make a move. The black-robed man ordered after a slight ponder. As the Snow Marquise Mansion, the Sky Crane Valley, and the Heavenly Demon Sect were getting restless in the 10,000 Ghost Realm that was a few dozen regions away, another faction was making a move in secret. The 10,000 Ghost Realm, as the name suggested, was where the main palace of the 10,000 Ghost Palace was located. You still haven't found any news about them? An eerie voice with a chilling, murderous intent appeared in the splendid palace filled with a ghastly aura. The person speaking was none other than Mo Li Huang. "For now, we haven't found anything." A peak martial god realm elder broke out in cold sweat. "A bunch of trash. It's been a few months. Why can't we find any trace of them?" Mo Li Huang's face was dark and filled with murderous intent. Ever since he had returned to the 10,000 Ghost Palace after the battle at Luogue City, he had mobilized all the factions of the 10,000 Ghost Palace to investigate in secret. However, after a few months, apart from finding the teleportation formation in the valley, it was as if Qin Yu and the people of the Long family had disappeared from the 100 Martial Realm. There was no trace of them at all. Could it be that Qin Yu and the Long family had left the 100 Martial Realm? Thinking of this, Mo Li Huang's face turned even colder. Once Qin Yu and the others escaped from the 100 Martial Realm, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find them. Not to mention the other 6 martial realms. The 100 Martial Realm alone had thousands of shattered continents. If they really wanted to hide, they could hide in any shattered continent, and it would be impossible to find them. You still haven't found any clues about the person who exposed so many secret techniques. Mo Li Huang said coldly again. Even if he's hiding, he should have left some traces behind, right? Elder Mo, we've investigated almost everyone who fits the description, but we really haven't found anything. The peak martial god realm elder's face changed as soon as he spoke. He felt that Mo Li Huang's murderous intent was several times stronger than before. Elder Mo, could that person not be from the 100 Martial Realm? A red-haired man kneeling on the ground said. Mo Li Huang frowned. Since they couldn't find any traces, it was very likely. Continue to investigate. I don't care where he's from. You must find that person. Mo Li Huang ordered coldly and got up to leave. However, after taking 2 steps, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "That's right, that person is a sacred array master. Focus on that." Mo Li Huang left with a gloomy expression after saying this. Seeing Mo Li Huang leave, the martial god realm elders in the palace let out a sigh of relief. Not from the 100 Martial Realm, a sacred array master. I remember. After the other elders left, a strange look flashed across the eyes of the peak martial god realm who was covered in cold sweat. Men. The peak martial god realm stood up and walked out of the palace. Elder Lu. 2 low-level martial gods walked over. Go and find the information about the battle between the Sky Crane Valley, the Snow Marquise residence, and the 100 Beast Palace. The peak martial god realm said quickly. Soon, the 2 low-level martial gods delivered a piece of information to him. With the 10,000 Ghost Palace's resources, it was easy for them to investigate the situation of the 3 mid-tier factions. As expected, a sacred array master suddenly appeared in the 100-Beast Palace, but the peak martial god murmured and frowned. 17 years old? To be able to become a saint-rank array master at the age of 17. This was indeed an extraordinary talent. However, could a 17-year-old sacred array master escape from a martial progenitor? Send someone to keep an eye on the 100-Beast Palace and investigate that person's background. After a long while, the peak martial god finally spoke. Although the possibility was not high, they could not let go of the clue that they had obtained. Affirmative. The two low-level martial gods immediately left. 3 days later, at the 100-Beast Palace, Elder Hai Tianjia, who was meditating in seclusion, was disturbed by the arrival of a martial god. "What's the matter?" Hai Tianjia opened his eyes and asked when he saw the martial god with an anxious expression. Something happened to the 10-peak martial god realm elders who went to the heavenly dragon continent to pick up Elder Qin's clansmen. The martial god blurted out, "What did you say?" Hai Tianjia was shocked. He immediately rose to his feet. "What happened?" "Just a moment ago, 3 of the natal beast badges of the 10-peak martial god realm elders cracked." The martial god blurted out, "Damn it!" Hai Tianjia's expression changed. He immediately left the palace. Chapter 2:15. Elder Hai. Outside the palace, a few martial progenitors had arrived after receiving the news. Their expressions were unpleasant. Since Qin Yu had returned to the 100-Beast Palace, he had refined more than 10 9-spirited blood pills and other precious sacred pills, apart from Ming Tong Tian, and the others who were in a coma due to severe injuries to their souls. The 100-Beast Palace had 4 peak martial gods whose bloodlines had undergone atavistic awakening. It would not take long for them to break through the barrier and rank up to the martial progenitor realm. 1 more martial progenitor was enough to boost the strength of the 100-Beast Palace, not to mention 4 more martial progenitors. As a result, Qin Yu's status in the 100-Beast Palace was on par with the advanced pill sacred. Therefore, they had immediately sent someone to the heavenly dragon continent after the battle between the 3 sects had ended. However, they did not expect such an accident to take place. Does Elder Qin know about this? Hai Tianjia's eyes turned cold with a faint murderous intent. Something had happened to the 10-peak martial god realm elders of the 100-Beast Palace. Apart from the Sky Crane Valley and the Snow Marquee Mansion, he could not think of any other possibilities. Elder Qin has not come out since he went into seclusion. Should we inform him? A peak martial god asked. Not for now. Judging from the time, the 10 elders should have just crossed the ancient battlefield. How about this? We'll head to the heavenly dragon continent first. Just in case, we'll inform the vice palace leader to come out of seclusion. Hai Tianjia said, after a slight ponder. If the Sky Crane Valley and the other sects were involved, it would not make any difference even if they informed Qin Yu. Got it. The elder with the peak martial god realm left immediately. Let's go. Without hesitation, Hai Tianjia and the rest of the martial progenitors immediately teleported away. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was still cultivating in seclusion in the ancient dragon seal. Although only 10 days had passed in the outside world, Qin Yu had been cultivating in the ancient dragon seal for 50 days. In the past 50 days, Qin Yu did not need to treat his injuries or travel. He could fully focus on cultivating. As such, both his intent of the heavens and earth and his cultivation had improved rapidly. Currently, his 5 intents of the heavens and earth had reached the 8th layer realm, Wu Shang's peak. Roar. A clear dragon roar suddenly resounded from Qin Yu's body. Qin Yu's hands that were forming hand seals suddenly started to change. An extremely frightening fluctuation stealthily spread from Qin Yu's hand seal. This fluctuation, the dragon soul whose body was covered in shining dragon scales suddenly looked at Qin. Is it that forbidden technique? With just a glance, the dragon soul could tell what Qin was cultivating. Hoo. As Qin hands continued to form seals, the terrifying fluctuations between his hand seals swept out like a hurricane. 18 hours later. Condense. With a low shout, Qin hand stopped. Between his hands, there was an inch-large, sparkling, and translucent ancient seal. Rumble. At this moment, Qin entered the azure dragon battling the heavens state. Vast amounts of true yuan and dragon qi poured into the inch-long ancient seal. The heaven-vanquishing formation and the god-vanquishing formation trembled at this moment as their killing intent was continuously absorbed by the inch-long ancient seal. The energy waves emanating from the inch-sized ancient seal were clearly growing stronger. Bang! When all the true yuan in Qin body was absorbed, the ancient seal suddenly exploded. That inch-sized ancient seal suddenly exploded and turned into countless specks of light that fused with the acupoints all over Qin body. Success! Seeing Qin open his eyes, the dragon's soul immediately flew over. That's right. A smile appeared on Qin face. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of the Wusheng realm, his 5/10 of the heavens and earth had reached the 8th layer realm. He had finally recovered the various means of his previous life. After withdrawing his mind, Qin entered the state of cultivation again. Now, both his intents of the heavens and earth and his cultivation were only a step away from the martial god realm. Qin planned to use this opportunity to break through to the martial god realm. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. This is the blood mist devil stream. Suddenly, Qin, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, rose to his feet and unleashed a shocking killing intent. What's wrong? Sensing Qin killing intent, the dragon soul asked. The 10,000 beasts banner has triggered the barrier of the blood mist devil stream. Qin eyes were cold as he immediately left the ancient seal space and stored the ancient seal in his body before leaving the palace. The 10,000 beasts banner has gone to the blood mist devil stream. Is the Qin clan in trouble? Before coming to the 100 martial realm, Qin, you had left the 10,000 beasts banner in the Qin clan to prevent any danger from happening to Qin. Once the Qin clan was in danger, the sky-reaching Ape King would use the 10,000 beasts banner to teleport the Qin clan to the blood mist devil stream. In the blood mist devil stream, Qin had used the power of Fairy Shulan's sovereign seal to form the sovereign barrier. It was not completely safe, but even a martial progenitor would not be able to break it in a short time. Elder Qin, you know about the heavenly dragon continent. When they saw Qin coming out, they immediately rushed toward the teleportation hall. The peak martial gods guarding Qin palace were stunned for a while, before they quickly followed them. When did you get the news? Qin asked coldly. Around half a day ago, 3 of the 10 peak martial gods who went to the heavenly dragon continent died. However, Elder Hai has already gone with 10 martial progenitor realm elders. Elder Qin, you don't have to worry too much. The peak martial gods tried to persuade Qin. Qin ignored the words of the martial gods and rushed to the teleportation hall of the 100 Beast Palace. Although it could not teleport him directly to the heavenly dragon continent, the teleportation formation could at least cross a few regions. Meanwhile, a group of people with powerful auras arrived at the teleportation hall. Vice Palace Master, the peak martial gods, immediately bowed, respectfully, when they saw the man leading the group. The man was wearing a golden robe. His eyes were dark golden too, as if they were made of gold. The man with golden eyes was the Vice Palace Master of the 100 Beast Palace, Jin Lingxiao. Jin Lingxiao's true form was the immortal Sun Golden Crow. His strength was only weaker than the mysterious palace master of the 100-Beast Palace. So you're Qin Yu, Elder Qin? Jin Lingxiao observed Qin Yu. It was his first time seeing Qin Yu in person. Vice Palace Master. Qin Yu observed Jin Lingxiao and his crew too. Behind Jin Lingxiao were 17 martial progenitor realm emperors of the beast tribe. The nine-tailed fox emperor, who had ranked up to the martial progenitor realm because of Qin Yu's 9-rotation blood spirit pill, was among them too. However, apart from Jin Lingxiao, who had a cultivation of the 4th layer martial progenitor realm, the rest of the emperors of the beast tribe were mostly 1st layer and 2nd layer martial progenitors. The martial progenitor realm was significantly stronger than the martial god realm. However, the difficulty of cultivating the martial progenitor realm was over 10,000 times harder than the martial god realm. Many martial progenitors were unable to break through the 1st layer in their entire lives. Elder Qin, I know you're worried about the safety of your people, but there's a martial progenitor behind this. It's most likely related to the Sky Crane Valley and the Snow Marquee residents. It's highly possible that they're aware of your identity as the Alchemy and Formation Saints. Therefore, it's better for you to stay in the palace. Since Qin Yu was here, Jin Lingxiao could easily tell what Qin Yu was up to. No, I want to settle this matter personally. Qin Yu wore a cold look, but he could not conceal the murderous intent in his heart. Dragons had reverse scales. Those who touched them would die instantly. In this life, his parents were undoubtedly one of Qin Yu's reverse scales. So what if they were martial progenitors? Even a martial progenitor would die this time. Chapter 2:16. Jin Lingxiao's eyelids jumped. Even though Qin Yu's cultivation was only at the Wu Sheng realm, however, his heart skipped a beat when he sensed the terrifying aura he was emitting. Could it be that he felt a faint sense of danger? This guy, Jin Lingxiao, stared at Qin Yu. A mere Wu Sheng realm cultivator was able to make him a 4th layer martial progenitor. Feel a sense of danger? Jin Lingxiao found it hard to believe even after experiencing it himself. Vice Leader, aren't you going to stop Elder Qin? Seeing Qin Yu heading toward the portal, the 17 martial progenitor realm beast emperors glanced at Jin Lingxiao. Qin Yu's ability had already been displayed extremely clearly. As long as Qin Yu was here, the 100-Beast Palace would become a top faction in less than 100 years. According to their analysis, it was highly possible that the incident was a conspiracy against Qin Yu. Why was Jin Lingxiao not stopping Qin Yu from leaving the palace? Let's go. Jin Lingxiao collected his thoughts and immediately led the 17 martial progenitor realm beast emperors toward the portal. However, he did not stop Qin Yu. He was the only one who had sensed the aura that Qin Yu had unleashed. He was eager to see what secrets Qin Yu was hiding. Whoosh! With a flicker, Qin Yu, Jin Lingxiao, and the rest of the 19 disappeared from the portal. A figure appeared in the rift a few hundred li away from the 100-Beast Palace. Did they leave the place? The person was hiding in the rift, holding an ancient cursed compass in his hand. He immediately flew away after seeing the light that disappeared from the cursed compass. The person was none other than the spy that the heavenly demon cult had placed outside the 100-Beast Palace after seeing the movements of the Sky Crane Valley and the other sections. Whoosh! However, an icy sword glow was slashed forward all of a sudden. The spy was slain as soon as he appeared. Even the custodians are here. A white-robed figure appeared, holding the ancient frost sword in his hand as he stepped forward. Grabbing the incantation compass in his hand, Jian Scar's face turned cold. The heavenly demon cult had caught a few big fishes this time. Rumble! At this time, somewhere in the ominous ancient battlefield, an earth-shattering and violent battle resounded throughout the battlefield. Dozens of extremely terrifying laws of heaven and earth collided wantonly in the void, causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to crack. The participants of the battle were all martial progenitors. The forces involved in the battle were Sky Crane Valley, Snow Marquee Residence, and 100 Beast Palace. They actually sent out 10 martial progenitors. Even if they are saint-ranked formation masters, isn't the 100 Beast Palace thinking too highly of that kid? In the Sky Crane Valley, a white-haired old man with a long spear in his hand looked at the 10 people from the 100 Beast Palace who were surrounded. The shock in his eyes could not be concealed. This time, if they had not paid enough attention to this matter and sent out 10 martial ancestors each, they would not have been able to deal with it. In that case, this plan of killing 2 birds with 1 stone might end up shooting itself in the foot. Who would have thought that the 100 Beasts Palace would send 10 martial progenitors for the sake of a sacred formation master? Elder Phone, you guys are the fastest. We'll hold them off here. You guys go to the Heavenly Dragon continent immediately and see what's going on there. Hai Tianjia, who was surrounded by the laws of the heavens and earth, wore an unpleasant expression when he saw the 20 martial progenitors trapping them. He had guessed that the Sky Crane Valley and Snow Marquee Residence were behind this. However, he had not expected 20 martial progenitors to ambush him here. It seemed like the Sky Crane Valley and Snow Marquee Residence had indeed discovered Qinyu's identity as the Pill and Formation Saints. As such, Hai Tianjia was extremely concerned about Qinyu's parents and clan on the Heavenly Dragon continent. It would be troublesome if Qinyu's family ended up in the hands of the Sky Crane Valley and Snow Marquee Residence. Got it. The 2 martial progenitors were aware of the importance of the situation. One of them transformed into a snow-white heavenly winged bird, while the other was surrounded by a strong gust of wind. Whoosh, whoosh, with a deafening piercing sound. The 2 martial progenitors swiftly left the battlefield at lightning speed. Trying to leave? Stay. However, at that instant, a loud roar could be heard. 100 zhang-wide fiery fist and a thunderous python landed forcefully on the 2 martial progenitors of the 100 Beast Palace. A ferocious force of the rules of order was unleashed. The 2 martial progenitors of the 100 Beast Palace were sent flying by the impact. Second layer martial progenitor realm, Hai Tianjia turned around and wore a stern expression when he saw the 2 martial progenitors. Among them, he was the only second-layer martial progenitor realm cultivator. However, the Sky Crane Valley and Snow Marquee Residence had 2 second-layer martial progenitors. They had been suppressed for a long time, but now 2 more martial progenitors had appeared. It was extremely disadvantageous for them. Set up the formation. The eyes of the cultivator surrounded by the thunderous python flickered as he glared at Hai Tianjia and his crew. Since they had successfully lured out the martial progenitors of the 100 Beast Palace, they would not let them go. It was a rare opportunity to eliminate the strength of the martial progenitors of the 100 Beast Palace. Any middle-ranked faction in the 100 martial realm would suffer a great loss if they lost a martial progenitor realm cultivator. Bang! A human figure appeared from the fiery fist. He spread his hands, which were emitting a yellow glow, while his right hand was engulfed in raging flames. He joined his hands together, summoning a yellow fiery seal that flew into the ground of the ancient battlefield. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, the ground suddenly exploded, and huge pillars of light shot up into the sky, straight into the clouds. When all 990 pillars of light appeared in the sky, they immediately condensed into a giant earth-red formation. A visible yellow aura burst out from the light pillars, suppressing the heavens and earth. Below the yellow aura, countless wisps of raging flames could be seen, burning the heavens and earth. At that instant, The figures of Hai Tianjia and his crew sank rapidly, as if the rift had turned into the ground. The temperature of the rift was as shocking as that of a volcano, which even the martial progenitors could not resist. Crap, is this a peak sacred formation? The 9-layered earth-scorching formation? Hai Tianjia was startled. Let's get out of here. They were already struggling to escape from the suppression. If they were trapped in the formation, they would be in great trouble. Perhaps they would all be buried here. Attack! The 20 martial progenitors of the Sky Crane Valley and the Snow Marquee residents made their moves, causing the rules of the heavens and earth to erupt like waves. At that instant, the 9-layered earth-scorching formation unleashed its yellow gravity and raging flames. Hai Tianjia and his crew, who were trying to escape from the formation, immediately fell into a desperate situation. Mingji, you're about to die. Why are you still struggling? Seeing the 10 martial progenitors of the 100-beast palace revealing their beast forms, the giant serpent let out a sinister laugh. Since they were trapped in the 9-layered earth-scorching formation, it was only a matter of time before the 10 people of the 100-beast palace died. Meanwhile, the other martial progenitors relied on the power of the formation to attack the 10 people of the 100-beast palace. Crack! However, after more than 6 hours, when the situation of the 10 people of the 100-beast palace was getting worse, a series of inaudible shattering noises could be heard one after another. This is... The giant serpent's ears twitched. His eyes widened as he lowered his head. At an unknown location, the bottom of the 900-plus enormous light pillars that soared into the sky was covered with cracks. Who's there? The giant serpent immediately dove downward with a dark expression. Bang! However, almost at the same time, the 900 light pillars exploded simultaneously, causing the 9-layered earth-scorching formation to collapse and disappear. A human figure appeared in the middle of the earthy yellow flames and dust. It was none other than Qinyu. Chapter 217. It's him. Seeing Qinyu, the man with the lightning serpent was startled before his eyes flickered with a murderous intent. He had no idea how Qinyu had managed to sneak into the 9-layered earth-scorching formation without being detected by him. However, the fact that Qinyu was able to break the 9-layered earth-scorching formation with ease was a testament to his capabilities. His capabilities were close to that of an advanced sacred formation. Qinyu had to be eliminated. Die! The man with the lightning serpent flickered his finger with a murderous intent. The lightning serpent around him immediately turned into a ray of lightning and sprang forward with the power of thunder. Bang! The rift trembled vigorously as the laws of the heavens and earth swept across the place. However, the lightning serpent uttered a roar all of a sudden before it was turned into ashes by the golden flames. Is that the solar golden flame? The solar golden crow tribe. The pupils of the person surrounded by lightning shrank, and his body, which was originally charging out, immediately stopped in the air. There was only one martial progenitor realm expert from the solar golden crow tribe in the 100-beast palace. As the laws of the heavens and earth dissipated, a figure appeared before Qinyu. It was Jin Lingxiao, who reached out his hand with a golden beast rune on his palm, engulfed in the solar golden flame. It's Jin Lingxiao indeed. The man surrounded by lightning straightened his face. Even though his cultivation was at the peak, second-layer martial progenitor realm. But compared to Jin Lingxiao, the difference was not just a little bit. Vice Palace Master. The injured Hai Tianjia and his crew became excited when they saw Jin Lingxiao and his crew. Kill, leave no one alive. Jin Lingxiao's eyes turned icy. If they had not made it in time, and Qinyu had not broken the formation, Hai Tianjia's group of 10 was likely going to face a great catastrophe. Jin Lingxiao's figure was engulfed in golden beast runes, as his figure was engulfed in golden flames. With a flicker, He charged at the man surrounded by lightning. Kill! The other martial progenitor, realm beast emperors, immediately charged forward. Rumble! An earth-shattering battle of laws broke out once again, affecting more than half of the ominous ancient battlefield. The heavens trembled, and the earth cracked. It was as if doomsday had arrived. While the three great factions were fighting, Chinyu, who had broken the formation earlier, had quietly disappeared. Beneath the ancient battlefield, Chinyu, who was in the Azure Dragon battling the Heaven State, used the Earth escape technique with all his might and traveled through the Earth at an extremely fast speed. Since Hai Tianji's group of 10 had been trapped here the entire time, Chu Feng's group of 10 had been trapped here the entire time. In other words, the Heavenly Dragon Continent had yet to send any martial progenitor realm reinforcements. He didn't have time to waste here. In less than half a day, Chinyu had left the ominous ancient battlefield and returned to the Heavenly Dragon mainland. Without the slightest hesitation, Chinyu directly flew towards Qingzhou, Blood Mist Devil Stream. At this moment, in the Blood Mist Devil Stream, at the bottom of the Dragon Blood Ancient Pool, there were two terrifying figures. Both of them were martial progenitors. Looking at their attire, it was obvious that they belonged to the Sky Crane Valley and the Snow Marquee residents, respectively. In front of the two martial progenitors was a powerful barrier, blocking their path. Inside the barrier, in front of the 10,000 Beast banner with a crack, the spirit of the sky-reaching ape emperor and the four-peak martial gods of the 100 Beast Palace stared at the two martial progenitors with stern expressions. Behind them were Qinyu's parents and the people of the Qin clan with pale faces. What kind of barrier is this? Even the force of laws is so difficult to break. The martial progenitor of the Sky Crane Valley with a giant axe in his hand was astounded. They had only managed to leave a crack on the barrier after attacking it for an entire day. Not many people would believe it if they were told the truth. Such a powerful barrier. Could it be that this Sumeru realm was established by a martial monarch realm expert? The martial progenitor of the Snow Marquee Palace was astounded too. Could it be that a martial monarch realm expert had been here before? The reinforcements of the 100 Beast Palace might be on their way. We have to break the barrier as soon as possible. The martial progenitor withdrew his astonishment and wore a stern look. We can't afford to waste any more time. The aura of the martial progenitor of the Snow Marquee Palace grew even more astounded. Be spirit, possess. Following a groan, a crimson glow burst out from the martial progenitor's body. A giant crimson wolf covered his body. The giant crimson wolf possessed a cultivation of the martial progenitor realm too. However, its aura was slightly impure, thus it was not as pure as a real martial progenitor. It was obvious that the giant crimson wolf did not possess a cultivation of the martial progenitor realm when it was alive. It must have improved its cultivation with some kind of secret technique. Realm-breaking slash. With the giant crimson wolf possessing his body, the aura of the martial progenitor improved tremendously, which was comparable to the second-layer martial progenitor realm. He held the battle axe tightly with both hands and slashed forward with all his might. A crimson axe glow tore the rift apart and struck the crack on the barrier. Dong! A clear echo could be heard from the barrier like a copper drum. Following the ripples, the terrifying force of the crimson axe was shattered once again. Whoosh! However, following this, the martial progenitor of the Snow Marquee Palace executed a sharp slash. It also slashed at the crack, causing the rules of the heavens and earth to explode. Even though the destructive force of the slash was dissipated by the barrier. However, the four-peak martial gods from the 100 Beast Palace were extremely nervous. They were even terrified. They could clearly see that the crack had expanded by about an inch. Even though it was only an inch wide, the 4 martial gods of the 100-Beast Palace were filled with despair. "Humph, do you really think we can't do anything to you with this barrier around?" The martial progenitor of the sky, Crane Valley, let out a hideous grin. The giant crimson wolf uttered a roar into the sky as his aura grew stronger. Bang, bang, bang. The battle axe in his hand turned into crimson rays that slashed at the crack on the barrier. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black-shirt man of the Snow Marquee Palace also swung his sword at the crack like a meteor shower. Under their storm-like attacks, the barrier continued to tremble. The barrier trembled incessantly, and the crack gradually grew from several inches to the size of a thumb. If it weren't for the fact that the barrier was strong enough, it would have collapsed long ago. If it were a complete emperor seal, not to mention 2 martial progenitors, even 2 martial monarchs would not be able to break through it. However, most of the power of the emperor's seal, left behind by Fairy Shualon, was used to seal the heavenly dragon's soul. The power of the barrier was not even a 10,000th of the power left behind by Fairy Shualon. "You two seem to be having a good time. How about I play with you too?" Just as the crack was getting bigger and bigger, Yi Zichen's eyes widened. An icy voice with a terrifying, murderous intent could be heard all of a sudden. "Xiao Yu." Hearing the voice, Qin Tianfeng and Shen Wanhui's eyes flickered with excitement. Bang, bang. The martial progenitor with the axe and the black-shirt martial progenitor were startled. They immediately turned around and attacked. The destructive rules of the heavens and earth exploded, causing the dragon blood pond to collapse, resulting in a huge pit. A figure with a blue dragon circled around his figure was revealed from the dust. "It's you." When that battle-axe martial ancestor from the Sky Crane Valley saw that the person who had appeared was Qinyu, the smile on his face grew even more sinister. "Haha, great timing." The black-shirt martial progenitor of the Snow Marquee Palace burst out laughing. They had been trying to capture the people of the Qin clan to deal with Qinyu. Since Qinyu had presented himself to them, there was no need for them to waste their time. Chapter 218. Perfect timing indeed. As Qinyu's gaze swept across the cracks on the barrier, a hint of joy appeared on his face. If he were to be held back at the ancient battlefield, the consequences would be unimaginable. As a result, Qinyu's murderous intent skyrocketed. Not only would the 2 martial progenitors die, he would eliminate the Sky Crane Valley and the Snow Marquee Palace too. "You're overestimating yourself." Sensing Qinyu's murderous intent, the blood-axe martial progenitor of the Sky Crane Valley became enraged. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Qinyu as if he had teleported. Whoosh! The giant axe containing a terrifying murderous intent slashed at Qinyu like a ferocious wolf. 9. Serenity's Purgatory. Qinyu's figure was covered in dragon scales as a pitch-black glow was emitted. At that instant, the area within 1,000 li was shrouded, hindering one's vision and senses. With Qinyu's current cultivation, his strength had reached the peak martial god realm after executing the heaven-battling Azure Dragon. The power of the 9 Serenity's Purgatory was enhanced too. Break. The blood-axe martial progenitor raised his eyebrows as he slashed horizontally with his axe. Following a slash, the rift shuddered as the 9 Serenity's Purgatory was torn apart. However, Qinyu's figure had already disappeared. The martial progenitor of the Snow Marquee Palace immediately turned around as he became aware of Qinyu's presence. As he expected, he discovered Qinyu had appeared at the barrier. Furthermore, in an instant, the spirit formation restriction was broken. The cultivators of the Qin clan and the 100-Beast Palace immediately vanished after being scanned by a 3-colored glow. Such a shocking secret technique and mystical ability. This kid, that black-clothed martial ancestor, narrowed his eyes as he looked to Qin Yu. His eyes were flickering with fiery greed. Even though he had no idea what Qin Yu's heaven-battling azure dragon and 9 serenities purgatory were, however, it was able to improve a wusheng strength to the peak martial god realm. On top of that, he was able to save the people under their noses. One didn't even need to think to know how terrifying these 2 secret arts were. If he could get his hands on it, he would probably be able to fight enemies 2 or 3 levels above him. God-shattering slash. However, at this moment, the battle-axe martial progenitor from the Sky Crane Valley charged out with a terrifying aura. He once again swung his axe at Qin Yu, causing the void to explode. Whoosh! Qin Yu's figure flickered as dragon patterns gathered on the 9 nether dragon spear. The spear thrust violently, as if Shenron had gone out to sea, its might vast and mighty swept out. At the same time, the 9 hells purgatory covered the incoming blood axe martial progenitor. Humph! I won't fall for the same trick twice. The eyes of the blood axe martial progenitor were filled with murderous intent. The terrifying laws of heaven and earth erupted, filling the entire purgatory space. Even if his vision was taken away and his senses were sealed, he could also clearly see Qin Yu's movements through the power of the laws. Fuse! With a loud roar, the battle-axe landed on the martial progenitor. The giant blood-red wolf turned into a beam of crimson light and merged with the blood-red battle-axe. Countless crimson runes were emitted from the battle-axe, causing it to turn blood-red. A murderous intent that felt like it could slaughter the 9 heavens and 10 earths was fired into the sky, shaking the 9 heavens. Die! The battle-axe martial progenitor lashed out with his axe. A several tens of meters large crimson-colored axe ray, carrying with it the power to shatter all living things, pounced toward Qin Yu. The battle-axe martial progenitor wore a ferocious expression. This move could be said to be his strongest combat power. He did not believe that Qin Yu would be able to survive this attack. Demon Eyes of Destruction, Ancient Space-Time Deadly Formation, Heaven-Devouring Dragon Seal. Seeing that the laws of heaven and earth had locked onto him, Qin Yu decided to stop dodging. A pitch-black demon eye appeared in his eyes. The ancient space-time deadly formation descended, covering 100 zhang around him. At the tip of the 9 nether dragon spear, a ferocious dragon head over 10 zhang long burst out. Whoosh whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the heaven-devouring dragon seal and the blood-red rune collided with one another, causing the rift to tremble violently. How is this possible? The battle-axe martial progenitor wore a ferocious expression as his eyes were filled with disbelief. His strongest secret technique had been blocked by the dragon headmark. Something's not right. However, the eyes of the black-shirt man in the Snow Marquee residence flickered. The power of the dragon head seal was indeed shocking. However, the thing that had prevented the blood-red axe glow from unleashing its true strength, it was the pitch-black eye glow and the killing formation. The black-shirt man was unable to identify the pitch-black eye glow. However, the killing formation was able to influence the space around it. Otherwise, the ancient dragon head seal alone would not be able to block the blood-red axe glow. Even now, Qin Yu had also executed the heaven-battling azure dragon, 9 nether purgatory, heaven-devouring dragon seal, ancient space-time deadly formation, and demon eyes of destruction. However, the power of the attacks was significantly stronger than when they were at the Luogue city. After all, apart from the ancient space-time deadly formation, the 3 secret arts and divine abilities of the dragon tribe, and the ghost eye of destruction had become stronger as his cultivation improved. If Qin Yu's cultivation had already reached the martial god realm, based on his previous moves, the first-layer martial progenitor would be severely injured even if he managed to survive the attack. Tunneling art. With the extreme speed intent, Qin Yu burrowed into the ground. Following this, he appeared on the left side of the Blood Axe martial progenitor. Thunderous spear explosion. The 9 nether dragon spear pierced forward furiously, directing the power of the ancient space-time deadly formation. It gathered at one point and fired at the Blood Axe martial progenitor. Bang! The Blood Axe martial progenitor managed to block the attack in time. However, due to the influence of the space-time force, he was still knocked over 10 zhang away. "I'll kill you." The Blood Axe martial progenitor felt extremely humiliated after being knocked back by a mere Wu Sheng. His expression was utterly terrifying as his body was engulfed in a ferocious, murderous intent. Like a ferocious beast that had just been released from its cage, he sprang toward Qin Yu with a tremendous, murderous intent. Forbidden art, art of sacrifice. Qin Yu glanced at the Snow Marquis residence and the black-robed martial progenitor who was still spectating the battle. Qin Yu pointed his spear at the battle-axe martial god that was charging at him with a vast might. At that instant, the meridians on Qin Yu's body emitted a blinding glow. Countless white glows appeared and gathered at the tip of the 9 nether dragon spear. Puff! The eyes of the Blood Axe martial progenitor flickered with a white flicker as his figure stiffened. The terrifying rules of the heavens and earth surrounding him collapsed all of a sudden. A bloody hole the size of a thumb could be seen on his forehead, penetrating his head. The martial progenitor had fallen. Forbidden art, art of sacrifice. The secret art that Qin Yu's master had taught him in his past life was comparable to the 9 esotericas of the battle dragon. The reason being that the art of sacrifice was to merge all of one's strength into a single point. What the hell? The eyes of the black-robed martial progenitor, who had initially planned to reap the benefits, widened in astonishment. Wu Sheng had slain a martial progenitor with a higher cultivation than himself. This had never happened in the history of the 100 martial realm. Qin Yu, who was only 17 years old, had done it. If this were made known to the public, not only the 17 martial realms, even the 3 monarch realms would be astonished. Chapter 219. Whoosh whoosh. With a shudder, the white ray of light turned into countless light dots and returned to Qin Yu's acupuncture points. However, it could be seen that the light dots were a few times dimmer than before. "You must be tired after watching for so long. Why don't I give you a ride?" Qin Yu's gaze landed on the martial progenitor's figure. Whoosh! The martial progenitor's figure shuddered as his hair stood on end before he immediately fled for his life. After witnessing Qin Yu's strength, he was not confident that he could defeat Qin Yu. What he needed to do now was to escape and inform the Snow Marquis mansion. All of them had completely underestimated Qin Yu from the very beginning. He was able to kill a martial progenitor at the age of 17. If Qin Yu were allowed to grow for a few more years, even a martial monarch realm expert would not be able to defeat Qin Yu. It's too late to run now. A cold grin appeared on Qin Yu's face. Since the black shirt man had seen his trump card, there was no way Qin Yu would let him go. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The runes on Qin Yu's palm began to spread, with the dragon blood ancient pond as the center. The void within a radius of 1,000 feet was covered by a series of profound and mysterious formation runes. Bang! A loud crash could be heard as the black shirt man from the Snow Marquis mansion slammed into the rift. It was as if there was an invisible wall in the void, blocking his path. Break! The sword in the black shirt man's hand emitted a glow as he slashed at the rift. The runes in the rift vibrated vigorously, but they did not collapse. Whoosh! A sharp, air-piercing noise rises. Chinyu is as fast as a ghost. He raises his spear and ferociously attacks. Damn it, do you really think I'm afraid of you? The black-shirt man was startled, but as a martial progenitor, he did not lose his composure. After uttering a roar, he swung his sword and gathered the power of the rules of the heavens and earth. After that, the skies seemed to have transformed into an ocean, and layer upon layer of sword tides appeared, and seemed as if they intended to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Obviously, he had witnessed the scene of Qin Yu killing the battle-axe martial progenitor. The black-robed man went all out the moment he attacked. Azure Dragon battles the heavens. 9 Hells Purgatory, Heaven-Devouring Dragon Seal, Ghost Eyes of Destruction, Heavenly Stellar Divine Light, Ancient Space-Time Slaughter Array. Qin Yu did not dodge the attacks. He continued to execute his martial arts and secret arts, causing a destructive force to sweep across the place. Rumble! The collision between the laws of the world and the mystic abilities and secret techniques caused the entire blood mist devil stream to tremble. Immortal sacrifice art. In the end, Qin Yu used the immortal sacrifice art to kill the black-robed man. With Qin Yu's current strength, the immortal sacrifice art was his greatest trump card, second only to the God-punishing array. Moreover, unlike the God eradication formation, Qin Yu wouldn't suffer the backlash of the God eradication formation when he executed the immortal sacrifice art. That being said, there was a price to pay for using a forbidden art. The reason why the immortal sacrifice art would turn into light dots and merge with Qin Yu's meridians after it was executed was because of the immortal sacrifice art. The immortal sacrifice art would constantly absorb Qin Yu's blood essence to nurture it. The more frequently Qin Yu executed the immortal sacrifice art, the more blood essence the immortal sacrifice art would absorb. If one did not have enough self-control and did not control the number of times they executed the immortal sacrifice art, their flesh would be sucked dry by the immortal sacrifice art. After slaying the 2 martial progenitors, Qin Yu stored their corpses. Previously at Luogue City, the skeleton Phantom Emperor's corpse had been shattered into pieces. Now that he had the 2 martial progenitors' corpses, he could use them to refine the skeleton Phantom Emperor's body. Although Qin Yu was not an expert in the path of ghosts, he was quite familiar with the art of puppetry. After leaving the blood mist devil stream, Qin Yu went to the 10,000 Beast Ocean. Previously, the 2 martial progenitors had killed countless beasts at the 10,000 Beast Ocean. Those that were still alive had hidden deep inside the 10,000 Beast Ocean, not daring to show themselves. After Qin Yu flew around once, he left the 10,000 Demon Sea and entered the ominous ancient battlefield. The people of the 100 Beast Palace had yet to arrive, most likely because the battle had yet to come to an end. Rumble! As he thought, at the center of the ancient battlefield, the 9 heavens and 10 earths were exploding violently. Even from a few thousand li away, he could clearly sense it. More reinforcements from the Sky Crane Valley and the Snow Marquis residents. He sensed the presence of more than 10 martial progenitor realm auras among the 3 great factions. Qin Yu, who was initially flying in the sky, immediately dove into the ground. As he approached the battlefield, the situation was exactly as Qin Yu had predicted. The Sky Crane Valley and the Snow Marquis residents that initially only had around 20 people. Currently, the number of martial progenitors had increased to over 30. It was obvious that they were the reinforcements that had arrived later. As a result, the 100 Beast Palace, which initially had the upper hand, was now evenly matched. Bang, bang, bang. The reason why the 100 Beast Palace was evenly matched and not suppressed was because of Jin Lingxiao. Jin Lingxiao, who was engulfed in golden flames and had a faint three-legged golden crow behind him, was fighting against 10 people at once. There were 9 layers of the martial progenitor realm. There was a huge gap between the laws of the heavens and earth that the cultivators had comprehended. Jin Lingxiao's cultivation was at the 4th layer martial progenitor realm. The reinforcements from the Sky Crane Valley and the Snow Marquis residents were at the 2nd layer and 3rd layer martial progenitor realm. They had to team up against Jin Lingxiao, who was using his full strength. The difference in the number of people and the strength of their cultivators was the reason. As a result, the battle between the martial progenitors of the 3 great factions had yet to come to a conclusion after almost an entire day. Qin Yu's eyes flickered with a sinister, murderous intent. The Sky Crane Valley and the Snow Marquis residents had completely infuriated him. This time, he would make them pay with their blood. Using the earth-escaping technique, Qin Yu was rapidly shuttling through the ground. Several formation flags were inserted deep into the ground. Countless runes were emitted, forming a giant, obscure formation. Even though over 30 martial progenitors were below the 3rd layer martial progenitor realm. However, to the current Qin Yu, it was also a power that he was unable to match. Therefore, not only did Qin Yu have to rely on the power of the formation, he also had to rely on the martial progenitor realm beasts of the 100-Beast Palace. The 3 great factions were currently on par with one another. However, Qin Yu's presence was the key to crushing the Sky Crane Valley and the Snow Marquis residents. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the formation flags were inserted into the ground, the formation runes connected with one another. Qin Yu, who was at the center of the formation, flung his palm forward. The flesh on his arm exploded as the heaven-executing formation and the murderous intent of the gods merged with the core of the formation. Following this, the murderous intent penetrated the formation runes. Following this, a clear sound of a formation could be heard. A formation ripple? The martial progenitors, who were in the midst of a chaotic battle, were instantly aware of it, causing them to be on alert. They were unsure if the person who had set up the formation was on their side. Bang! However, before they could react, a thunderous explosion took place, causing the rift to tremble violently. The martial progenitors could feel a tremendous suppression descending upon them. The suppression of the formation was so terrifying that even someone as strong as Jin Lingxiao could feel his body sinking slightly while wearing a stern expression. Beneath that vast oppressive might was a killing intent that caused his heart to palpitate. The chaotic battle between the 2 sides came to a stop. The rift within 1,000 li around them was filled with runes. A terrifying suppression and murderous intent could be felt roaming among the runes. Whoosh! A figure appeared from the ground below the battlefield. Kill! Following this, Qin Yu changed his hand seal. The monstrous killing formation that filled the sky immediately erupted like a volcano and went berserk,